Hello, hatchlings. How's everybody today? My freaking OBS has forgotten the game right away all over again. Hi, Yase. How you doing? I got some carrots. I really should have logged in yesterday, even if I didn't stream, but I didn't. Because that's why I missed a day of free rewards. I could have popped in, done my login bonus, got my daily races out of the way, and then left it. Megabonk. What's Megabonk? Let's see. Kind of Vampire Survivors, Risk of Rain 2. My kid likes Roar 2 a lot, and I just haven't. I haven't played it. I'll look into it, but ba, ba, ba. Alright, come on. I wonder how my Goldship's gonna do. Against all these other players. Whatevers. Just a slew of pony girls. Wow. Alright. She's gonna dominate. Okay, but this is adorable. Her little pose, like a regular horse. Wait, do actual horses exist in this world? Are there Umas and also Umamusumes? An A-rank Goldship last night? Oh, congrats. All in on speed and power? That's a way to do it. Let her pull ahead. Alright. No, you don't believe so? That's funny. I like that there's... That's not being named after anything that exists. The closest thing they have to Uma's is literally the Umamusume. I've been reading Monster Musume recently, and it's actually pretty good. I enjoy it. Ragnara is very cool. I want her to live in my house. She's the Arachne, which seems obvious, but... No, Goldship, why are you rushed? No triggered skill. Okay. She's not even in place. Which makes sense. I think everybody else is much higher performance than mine. But that's fine. Yeah. There's a B rank in there. There's a few B ranks. Damn. Alright, well. What is her mood? She's still getting great moods. I want a version of Umamusume that is sapphic. Although I guess there are sapphic moments between the girls. Wow, that is impressive. Hell yeah, look at her go. And yet, even with warning shot, that's fine. I only need to do the races for my daily mission thing, so let's see what our shop stuff is. Let's go get a pleasing parfait. I might as well. It's just so easy to get monies. Except for probably that one, but it's fine. I already bought all the stuff, there's no point in leaving the sale open. Friend point exchange. I need more. A support card I don't have. Wait, no. Oh well, it's too late. Let's do our team trials. Obviously going after this babe in the woods. Let's go throw that away. They also have a Goldship. Come on, Goldship. I can see right through you. I'm glad she's triggering her skills. That was another one. You didn't even up. Well, I guess I was about to say that you didn't even up her stamina, but that's the thing, right? If you were focusing on strength and power training, then her stamina would already be increased by the power training, so. How many fucking lengths is that? That is so many fucking lengths. That just means the race wasn't competitive. Bam! What a way to start the day. That makes sense. Let's see how Rice Shower does. Ah! I almost want to go back and do another Rice Shower run. Although I do have a... I will, especially if Agnes Tachyon wins. Then I'll have a better medium. Actually, I already do. Agnes Tachyon is already better than my Rice Shower was. You didn't have enough guts? I'm sorry. That's unfortunate. I keep hearing a weird noise. I don't know what it's coming from. Anyway. We're sad you didn't get any good sparks on her. Aw, I'm sorry. Another Major Orion. Okay. Gotta run career after career and fish for sparks. You're not wrong. Turbulent Blue. Shodoto. I already have her. What is this? Interesting. Brightest Star in Japan, special week. Do I already have that one? Dream Big, Tokai Teo. I think I have that one. Oh, I see. It says obtained right here. Well, I don't have the other one, so let's give it a shot, shall we? Vodka, I didn't have her. Okay. Special week. Seiden Sky, I didn't have her. Where's the top Pishi Amazon? I did have that one. Shinko Windy. She's the witch, right? My heart will go on. Meijiro Ardan. I wonder what that means. Sweep Tosho, that's right. Meijiro Orion. Nothing hard work can't solve. Daiwa Scarlet. Okay. We'll try one more time. We'll probably end up trying twice. Rice Shower. Smart Falcon, we didn't have her. Sumbuli Rudolph, we didn't have her. Nice Nature. Yukino Bijin, another one. Kawakami Princess. Mayano Top Gun. Alright, we'll give it one more try. I am getting a bunch of new ones, which is a big deal. Winning ticket. Cute. Also cute. TM Opero O. King Halo. Fine Motion. Marvelous Sunday. Major Orion. Alright. Fujikisuke. That's a shame. Keep pulling so you can max out their uncaps and then you get to start trading in your dupes for cleats. One more time. Daitako Helios. Very cool. Air Groove. She's cute. Machikane Tannhauser. Clearly related to Machikane Fukukitaru. Meijiro Palmer. Hishi Amazon. Meisho Doto. Satano Diamond. Okay, well. That's unfortunate. I do have 50 points, but I need 200 to get the brightest star in the Japan Special Week SSR. Which makes sense. Two level ups on my archive. Let's hop over to enhance. Just gonna level up the SRs I've got. Machikane Fukugataru. I've gotten so much better at saying her name. That's so good. Sounds like a good idea. Did you ever send me a friend request? You may ask a question about the Patreon. Okay, good. I thought I followed back everyone who did. I guess I just didn't know which one of them was you. Petty Chaser, Badger, Yase Kaede, there you are. That's you. Alchemist is one of my viewers. Okada's a friend from another server. Am I still on track to open up? I've already published it. And I've started writing my first essay. Just for myself. And I've considered using it as a push to publish chapters of my novel. Like if I do one a week or something like that, that seems reasonable, but also I don't know. I can uncap this one. Is there a reason not to uncap them? Whenever I can? Not really? Okay. Hell yeah. This should make them a little more competitive with my SSR ones. Not super competitive, but a little more competitive. Manhattan Cafe. Do I have her? As a trainee? Already competitive technically. There are plenty of Umas who want to use some of these SRs on instead of SSRs. I'm pretty sure I've got SRs. With my current career thing. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. I have a thing for teachers. I realize that looking at her the way she is. So, will that really be worth it? That makes sense. I really wish I could just push a button and it would move on to the next card. Instead of having to do this backing out stuff. That's my only complaint about this game, is that the UI isn't perfect. Which I know, it's greedy and selfish of me to want it to be perfect. But I'm fine with that. I'd probably start, if I was going to do the novel, I'd start with character... What do you call them? Character profiles. Meet the cast kind of thing. The idea of writing a bunch of stuff and then submitting it for public perusal is terrifying. I have to keep reminding myself that I judge my stuff harsher than anyone else possibly could. My standards are ridiculous and impossible. I've got it published. It's already open. Anybody can give me money they want to. I still have to restructure the Discord. And I need to write up the book reviews I've got for the ones that I haven't published elsewhere yet. Oh, it's should be my link tree. Hold on a second. What's that? Were you trying to do the 4? Just straight up wasn't showing up? That's wild. Maybe I don't have enough traffic yet for them to be like, yeah, you can search for this. Who knows? We'll see for sure. Is rare the base level? Because that's weird, right? Are there commons and uncommons? Nah, it's not weird. I mean, it's normal for these kinds of games, right? It's just funny when you think about the standard meaning of the word. There we go. Collect all. Now I have to win in race and career and complete a career playthrough, which I'm going to do that. Got a lot of carrots from uncapping those things. A new mission there. Join a club. I wonder why I haven't been offered that yet. All right. Three turns until the end of this year. Absolutely, let's get hell yeah. Fuck yes. Thank you, Odonashi. The last rest. If she walked up and posed like that to me, it'd be over. I'd be done. Her running in the autumn tennis show has become the talk of the town. Her media exposure has also been increasing compared to before. Next, you'll be conquering the Arima Keenan. Are you eager to take on the challenge? Of course. Training for a tricky track is a must. I'm trying to find what I currently lack, be it a mental quality or a physical one. I see, something you lack. Indeed, to succeed in the Arima Keenan against rivals like Manhattan Cafe and other contemporaries, one must... Agnes Tachyon? Rivals, you say? I see. There is some logic to that. There seems to be something significant behind that word, but she doesn't elaborate on what it meant to her. The next day... God, this really takes it out of you. My legs are feeling heavier and heavier. Why, if it isn't Cafe, can I help you? Perhaps you're here to volunteer as a test subject for the new mixture I developed yesterday? Yeah. No. Then what's going on? Manhattan Cafe speaks with a certain air of confidence. Will you run with me? I really want to surpass you. The sound of the opening gates echoes under the blue sky. Agnes Tachyon and Manhattan Cafe hit the turf running. Agnes Tachyon is one length behind. Both appear dialed in on each other. Rounding the fourth turn, they enter the final stretch. Agnes Tachyon gains speed. Manhattan Cafe follows suit. I can't pull away. What incredible determination. What should I do? Wait, what should I do? My opponents have never concerned me like this before. I want to catch up to you. Huh? Who knew that having such burning passion beside me would be so fascinating? I never realized it until now. Until now, my interest has solely been in exploring the unknown. Agnes Tachyon's eyes sparkle. How curious. I cannot afford to hand this victory over to you. The two dash down the 200-meter final stretch, each unwilling to give up the lead. In the end, Agnes Tachyon comes out the victor. Agnes Tachyon loses herself in thought as Manhattan Cafe attempts to catch her breath. That was deeply fascinating. I must conduct a self-analysis immediately. Has my perspective been broadened? No. Maybe because of Cafe. Wait. Why did I say because of Cafe just now? Thank you. I didn't win today, but in the Arima Keenan, I'm sure. Hold on a second. Why are you suddenly so antagonistic toward me? Perhaps antagonistic is the wrong word. Rather, you're viewing me as a rival. Beloved Tachyon, queen of rigorous self-critique. Absolutely. Maybe. I don't know if I can believe it either. Watching you in the Autumn Tennis show reminded me a bit of my friend. So I thought if I could meet you now, then surely I could catch up to them. Agnes Tachyon watches intently as Manhattan Cafe hesitantly speaks. Huh? What is it? This friend you speak of is the one invisible to the eye, correct? Emotional with a blind passion, everything. Your demeanor may be the result of brain chemistry, but your peculiarity is that of a genius. In fact, I would deem you worthy of possessing the mysterious potential that science ought to uncover. Of course, if only I could dissect your brain just once. Suddenly her tone shifts as if she's just realized something. Oh, that's right. That's why you're special to me. Huh? I know she's long favored Manhattan Cafe over the others around her. How should I put it? You seem to possess all of what I do not. I even think to myself how interesting it might be to mimic your lifestyle. She's got a crush. That is, you could very well be the last element needed to push me where I want to go. Agnes Tachyon, whose head is always buried deep into her research, is actually considering someone special. Is that really Tachyon? Yes, I'm sure this is it. I now have everything I was previously lacking. Thank you, Cafe. What do you mean? I mean that our competitive bond will continue to drive us to outdo each other. In other words, I'm looking forward to our race in the Arima Kinen. Huh? Manhattan Cafe's bewilderment quickly turns into determination. She looks Agnes Tachyon straight in the eyes. During an interview the next day, are there any racers you would consider your rival? Yeah, I decided just yesterday, actually. It's Manhattan Cafe. Thanks to her, I'm really looking forward to the Arima Kinen. Her answer makes headlines the day after. Fuck yes. I'm gonna take a risk on this and get my friendship up with what's her face? Odonashi. On one cold winter's night, with the Arima Kinen almost upon us, a rustling sound startles me out of my sleep. I open my eyes, still dazed, and see... Why, hello there, guinea pig. You're awake. I love her. Tachyon? Keep your voice down. For the record, entering the premises after hours is regarded as a violation of the school's policies. You wouldn't want to get in trouble, would you? What are you doing here? Take a guess. No, let me ask you a question. What is today? The day of the Arima Kinen? Correct, but not what I was going for. It's the holiday season. On that note, dear guinea pig, happy holidays. Here's a present from me. The presents I've received from her in the past have rarely left a good impression on me. What? You don't like it? I prepared this gift so we could become psychologically closer, you know? I have my suspicions, but if this gift is indeed genuine, I run the risk of damaging the level of trust we've built together. Thanks for the gift. I open up the packaging to reveal a small drink inside. Ta-da! One Tachyon-made energy drink coming right up. A sip of this and you'll be running marathons. Seeing how you're always so hard at work, I thought you might be close to approaching the threshold of a burnout. So what are you waiting for? Bottoms up. If it's a drink she's concocted, I bet my body will end up glowing a yellow-green hue, or my hair turning an ocean blue. Either way, this can't end well. Both are good. No way. I'm positive it's a trap. What do you mean? I put in so much effort too. The Panax ginseng root, for example, was procured and delivered all the way from rural China. How disheartening it is to think these purest intentions of mine would be met with rejection. I suppose this is the result of my past actions. A fitting response to the Umamusume who cried wolf. Tachyon looks so depressed. Pained by her dejected frown, I swiftly downed the bottle, sealing my fate. I closed my eyes in worried anticipation. Just how much longer do you plan to keep your eyes shut? Nothing is happening. If anything, I feel all traces of my fatigue gone. Didn't I tell you? It's just an energy drink. I wouldn't think of punishing you on a holiday. At least for today, I wanted to express my gratitude. Tachyon. Well, that was that. There is little to be gained from further intrusion of your time. I'll take my leave and go back to sleep. But before I go, you would do well to look forward to today's Arimakinen. I do. After saying that, she then exits via a window. The sweet aftertaste in my mouth combined with the winter draft flowing in, contrary to expectation, feels quite pleasant. Alright. What skills can she even afford? What race is this? 2,500 meters. Okay, so not the standard distance one. Fall runner. It's winter though, so that's not helpful. Straightaway recovery would be good. Pressure. We're gonna get straightaway recovery. That'll help a lot, I think. Alright. I'm so fucking anxious right now. Alright. Here we go. The Arimakinen. Last race of her career. I'm so fucking... My guts are tied up in knots. On the day of the Arimakinen, inside the venue, many fans eagerly await the appearance of Agnes Tachyon. Not the last? Of course, there's the, I can't remember it now. The Ura finale. Is it almost time? I can't wait to see her run. You said Manhattan Cafe's also running? They seem to butt heads quite often, no? That other time Agnes Tachyon proclaimed her as her rival, you know? Oh, really? Then we're in for a show. Meanwhile, Agnes Tachyon is paying a visit to Manhattan Cafe's prep room. Yeah. Why, hello. How are you doing, Cafe? Did you sleep well? I'd like to focus, so can you please leave me alone? It's assuring to see you're your normal self. Just so you know, I intend on going all out today. Since you are my rival, I hope you would do the same. Manhattan Cafe shoots a glance at the hand extended her way. I will not become your punching bag. I will outrun you and catch up to my friend. That's why I'm here after all. Saying that, she accepts the handshake. A fire burns in her eyes, to which Agnes Tachyon nods with a smile. I wouldn't expect anything less. The rising excitement outside the runner's tunnel is almost tangible. Everyone's waiting for the living legend Agnes Tachyon to arrive. Yes, yes, I can feel their energy. The determining factors of significance are all here. What a disappointment it would be if I failed to surpass my limits now. You've got this. Indubitably, trainer. Keep your eyes on me. She turns and takes off in a brisk jog towards the light at the end of the tunnel. I am worried about Manhattan Cafe's stats, but I believe in my girl. Even though she stresses me out every day. Stamina could be better. My speed is very good. My power is good too. I got to win the Umamusume.
年末の中山で争われる夢のグランプリ有馬記念。あなたの夢、私の夢は叶うのか。1番人気はもちろんこの子。マンハッタンカフェ。続く2番人気はジンボリルドルフ。三冠馬娘アグネス・タキオン。現在3番人気。下克上は起こりうるのか。
火花散らすデッドヒートに期待しましょう。
ゲートイン完了。出走の準備が整いました。
Oh, I got the inside placement. I got the best placement. Let's go, indeed. Ooh, come on.
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
苦しい戦いを強いられている
Manhattan Cafe fell to the back.
ダイワスカーレット会長に飛ばして行きます。間もなく第4コーナー。
Daiwa Scarlet is pulling ahead. We're all just letting her have the lead for now, which it makes sense. Agnes is a pace chaser.
外でジンボリルドルフ。まずは1周目、正面スタンド前に上がっていく。そして内目をつきましてはスーパークリーク。外を回りますメジロマックイーン13番。並びかけてきた。内を回ります14番。その外並んで9番4番。並んでくる後から10番。1馬審査3番。さらに
Hell yeah, straight away recovery.
16番。その内並んで11番。
Fantastic.
コーナー回って第2コーナー。順位を振り返っていきます。依然としてダイワスカーレット。続きました当選上段。外を回って
Corner adept. Yes.
続いてアグネス・タキオン。1馬身離れてジンボリルドルフ。スーパークリーク。
She's got these skills triggering over and over again.
少し離れて13番4番内から行く。そしてその外を回って9番内をついて。
さて始めよう。
Fuck yes.
その後ろから3番そして11番。
She's got that at level 3.
10番そして最高峰16番。向こう上面に入って先頭はダイワスカーレット。各馬娘一段となって団子状態の大混戦。
これだけ密集していると紛れがある。
She's got more power and strength than everybody ahead of her right now, so I'm not super worried about it. Her stamina keeps getting restored.
その後ろアグネス・タキオン。外にはジンボリルドルフ。スーパークリーク追走。
So
メジロマックイーン。その後4番外目をついて14番外から13番。
Manhattan Cafe is way in the back for some reason.
3番外から行く。
Oh yeah, there we go.
内から来るか外から来るか。最後の局面。
Good job, Agnes. Go Tachyon. Go Tachyon. Yes. Wow, she is.
完全に抜け出した。200を通過。アグネス・タキオン。リードは4馬身。先頭はアグネス・タキオン。変わらないアグネス・タキオン。足の衰え。
Yes!
アグネス・タキオン。
Yes!
これは完璧な勝利です。他の追随をまるで許さなかった。
She fucking nailed it. She did everything perfectly that whole race. I wasn't stressed once. I'm so glad that on the last race, she just went out there and did it. So fucking good.
研究の成果さ。
Hell yeah. So fucking good. Agnes Tachyon overwhelms the competition at the Umamusume. That's why you don't ignore wits, folks. Absolutely. Thunderous applause and cheering roars through the venue. Formidable foes stood in her way, blocking her at every step. But her hard work and talent prevailed and gave fruit to a phenomenal display of speed. Surpass, overcome, exceed. Beyond the latent potential nesting within the body, beyond the boundary of speed known to science, transcend all limits to further and further heights. Now is the time. Crossing the finish line in first place, we have Agnes Tachyon. I repeat, first place, Agnes Tachyon. Woo! As she finishes the race, she's greeted with a deafening standing ovation. Tachyon, you're my hero. Agnes Tachyon forgets to wave as the big screen captures her looking up to the stands with an expression of relief. I go to greet her at the runner's tunnel, but find her standing still, looking somewhat absent-minded. Tachyon? Trainer. Everything okay? Yeah, I blundered that one when I was on the big screen. In my excitement, I forgot all semblance of social convention. After all, I had gotten oh so close to the dream I had envisioned. I start to feel anxious at her sudden silence. She was stunning in today's Arima Kinen. Her eccentricity captivated the entire audience. Could that mean... Oh my, the excitement got the better of me. How splendid. How superb. These are the fruits of my research. Eureka! I've done it. Seeing that rare, joyous expression, that carefree and innocent joy exuding from her, I can't help but let out a grin. Oh, if it isn't Cafe. Honestly, I don't want to see you right now. My. Aga. I know you lost, but are you actually expressing some emotion right now? I can't believe it. While running after you, your form mirrored that of my friend. That's what irks me. It has nothing to do with me losing. Aw. Poor Cafe. I mirrored her imaginary friend. If I recall, this friend she speaks of is the one and only. Dear me. What a deeply fascinating subject of study. Her contented grin is quickly replaced by a sinister grin as she plunges herself into deep thought. Hot. Is there a sexier expression that an evil woman can have on her face than a sinister grin? No. The answer to that is no. It's obviously no. All goals achieved. The days pass by in the blink of an eye as I train with Agnes Tachyon. Soon enough. Salutations! I have wonderful news. Your trainee has achieved such renown for her performance that... Congratulations! You have earned a place in the Ura finale. Thank you very much. Please, I am the one who should be thankful. I set you the task of raising a star Umamusume, and suffice to say, spectacular. You have delivered exactly what I hoped for. Without a doubt, the crowd will go wild for such a captivating Umamusume. The Ura finale is set to become a stage of dreams that everyone can enjoy. Oh, and one more thing. Without your help, we would never have made it this far. You called for help, and the good people of this school and town answered. The turf we grew is now set to sway in the breeze on the Ura finale course. Appreciation, gratitude, you have my deepest thanks. Now then, the Ura finale is just around the corner. I hope to see some spectacular races. We'll make it an event to remember. Splendid. Make yourself a beacon that future Umamusume can look to for guidance. Congratulations, Trainer Lady Arania. Clap, clap. We'll be participating too. We've actually just gotten the news. Yay. Meek and I are going to take the crown. And I'm going to grow much more as a trainer, even more than you. I don't just want to look up to you anymore, I want to stand alongside you. You can do it. We can do it. I won't lose. Not to you and not to your trainee. Because I have the best trainer in the world. Wow. Thank you, Meek. Alright, Trainer Lady Arania. Let's make our trainees shine. At last, it's official. We're going to run with the best of the best in the Ura finale. Friendship with Director Akikawa is maxed out. Extended phase. Ura finale start. I get one last training. Should do power and stamina. Such magnificent use of your trainee's innate talents. I'm impressed by something different every time I come for an interview. You're exactly the trainer I believed you to be. A reporter could ask for nothing more. I received a good review. Hell yeah. Marvelous! You've truly shown your passionate enthusiasm for training Umamusume. That's very funny. That is very funny. That's very funny.
に熱を感じるよ
Alright. Are there any skills I can buy at this last point? I thought that last race was the race. This is the race. So, here we go. Oh, this is just the qualifier. This isn't even the race. Oh, jeez. Oh, my. It's not going to show any of these. Okay. Alright. It's been a long, hard road getting here, but it's finally time for the Ura finale to begin. The battle to see who will rise to the top on this shining stage is about to kick off. Stupendous! I see you've just finished seeing your trainee off. I might have set the stage, but you'll be the stars. Please, make this race a hit. We'll make it one for the history books. Marvelous! May your Umamusume's talents shine brightly on the track. With that, the preliminaries for the Ura finale begin. Okay.
厳しいメンバーですが健闘を期待したいですね。
10番人気、11番、5番、12番人気です。17番、16番人気です。
The next closest speed is 300 down, so I should be okay. Fingers crossed. We'll see. Nice Fujin, Hishi Amazon.
評価は少し不満か。2番人気はこの子、ヒシアマゾン。注目の三冠ウマ娘アグネスタキオン。6枠12番での出走。
火花散らすデッドヒートに期待しましょう。
各ウマ娘ゲートに入って体勢整いました。スタート。各ウマ娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
Pretty good, pretty good.
そうですね。
アイネス風神快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭はアイネス風神単身で飛ばしていきます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は桜爆心王アイネス風神ペースが速い。
It's very funny seeing the people around me activating their skills and getting faster, and Agnes Tachyon is still just pulling ahead of them.
早くも先頭に躍り出た。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは桜爆心王アグネスタキオン。
I hope she triggers her skills this time, Oi.
シアマゾン落ち着かない様子。先頭は相変わらずアイネス風神
She's holding second.
アグネスタキオン3番手桜爆心王1馬身離れて
Okay, that's fine.
あとは6番向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ9馬身順位を振り返っていきます。依然としてアイネス風神続いて桜爆心王3番手にスペシャルウィークそして外目をつきましては6番内でアグネスタキオンそれを見るように5番その外並んで1番そのうち並んで当選上段少し
It's weird that there's a bunch of
外を通りまして
unnamed ones. There we go. That's good.
松金福来たる並んできた少し後ろから2番外には成田大臣そして17番さらに外から11番後方に
Come on, sweetheart.
13番8番現在しんがりだ桜爆心王先頭を進みますがこれは正解でしょうか。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。
There we go.
タイミングがあればいいですが。
第4コーナーカーブ
ここからスパート。一気にレースが動きます。
There we go.
まだ差があるここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。
Fuck yes.
強い強すぎる完全に抜け出した。
Fuck yes.
桜爆心王
Come on.
先頭は桜爆心王変わらない桜爆心王足色は衰えない桜爆心王1着でゴールイン
I don't know
レースを制した桜
what she has to.
URA ファイナルズ予選を制しました2着はスペシャルウィーク3着に入ったのは
I don't know where she had to place for that.
興味深い結果だ
Okay, I see. Absolutely gonna try again.
8番人気は4番アグネスタキオン。
ちょっと
We're too far along to let that go.
出走だ
上空には さあゲートが開いた。
Good.
各馬娘
Fourth from the inside.
切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
アイネス風神と桜爆信号。
She didn't use enough of her skills.
アイネス風神会長に飛ばして行きます。さあ花に立ったのはアイネス風神。
She almost certainly has to place at least third, right?
2番手は10番外から行くスペシャルウィーク第1コーナー回って第2コーナー西アマゾン上がっていきます。先頭はアイネス風神単身で飛ばして行きます。2番手の位置で
First for all three. Damn.
そのうち並んで当選状態。それを見るようにスペシャルウィーク少し離れてアグネスタキオ1馬身差桜爆信号。その後3、4馬身開いて12番内には8番1馬身離れて13番向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ11馬身順位を振り返っていきます。先頭は依然アイネス風神1馬身リード。続きました当選
Good.
状
Her pace chaser straightaway skill went off.
内を回ります10番そしてその外から行ったのは桜爆信号。そしてその内アグネスタキオ少し後ろから8番その外並んで12番内から17番
Very good.
その後ろから11番後ろ13番成田大使続いている内9番その後ろに西アマゾン外を通りまして16番そしてその内を回って
Good, good, good.
待ちかね
Pull up.
後方2番手に15番第4コーナーを
There we go. That's where you should
馬
be.
娘たちがどう動くか目が離せま
Just
せ
a
ん。
little further up.
戦で勝負が決まるぞ。さあ外から先頭を伺うのはスペシャルウィーク栄光まで400アイネス風神内で様子を
Come on, Tachyon. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's what I want to see. That's what should have happened. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yes. Perfect. Exactly.
研究の成果さ。
Hell yeah. Bravo! Congratulations on passing the preliminaries. Umamusume keep hitting on the stage where they can shine the brightest, their fans' expectations on their backs. The satisfaction on the faces of both the runners and the crowd. Splendid! This is truly what the Ura Finale is all about. But the next race won't be so easy. You'll be up against fellow veterans who've made it through the preliminaries just like you. What do you say to that? We'll win, no problem. Excellent. I look forward to a heated race. Speed went up by 12, stamina went up by 12. Yes. Everything went up by 12, that's very good. Semifinals.
さすがの私も研究続きでは体力が。
I gotta rest. That sucks, but
トレーナー。
I can't make her train with such low energy.
この完璧な。
Alright. 111. Let's increase this navigability or maneuverability at the end, because I think that screwed her up last time. She got stuck behind people, and it did no good for her. Alright. Okay.
トレーナーさん。
At last, the semifinals are upon us. The Ura Finale is bound to see the beginning of new and dramatic stories. Trainer, how do you feel sending your Umamusume off to the track? I know she'll win. Simply amazing! Even up against the talented racers who made it through the preliminaries, you never doubt her for a moment. And once you've won, I'm sure you'll give her the most lavish treatment. I'm talking endless praise, heaps of thanks, a celebratory party at a luxury hotel. And of course, I'll be cheering on Agnes Tachyon as well. At last, the Ura Finale semifinals begin.
7番人気は1番アグネスタキオン、18番人気は2番
She doesn't have the highest power?
1番
Who has the highest power?
アグネスタキオン、5番人気7番大気シャトル、13番9番人気です。17番人気は15番16番テイエムオペラ王
That's weird. She does actually have the highest power.
1番
Weird.
アグネスタキオン
Okay.
ちょっと厳しいメンバーです。
Her mood is great, so that's good. Okay, good. She's...
さあ出走だ。
They're giving her excellent placement.
上空には灰色の空が広が
Putting her right up against the inner track, that's very good.
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは AM オペラ王アグネスタキオン東海帝王期待通りの結果を出せるか一番人気 AM オペラ王
Endurance reduced, good.
上がっていきます。先頭は12番単身で飛ばしていきます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は AM オペラ王3番手にアグネスタキオン待機シャトル並んでくる。それを
Holding third place at this point is excellent. It's perfect. It's just where I want her.
1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます。12番快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ってのは
Hell yes. Corner
こ
adept.
のままリードすることができるか。
Fantastic.
AM オペラ王1馬身差アグネスタキオン1馬身離れて待機シャトルすぐに続いて岩早秀そのうち並んで3番佐藤東海帝王少し離れてウイニングチケットあとは4番向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ11馬身順位を振り返っていきます。依然先頭は12番続きました AM オペラ王アグネスタキオン3番手4番手待機シャトル差がなく岩早秀さらに外から東海帝王少し後ろから3番そしてその外を回って9番さらにウイニングチケット4番
Yes, excellent.
始めよう内から2番その外並んで6番そしてその外から行ったのは
What is she saying
そ
there?
してそのうち動くかその後ろに13番
さて始めよう
後方2番手に18番15番現在しんがりだ意気揚々と先頭行きます AM オペラ王どうでしょうこの
There we
当
go.
たってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
That's right. Push it on the last straightaway.
娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
この直線で勝負が決まるとさあレッサ坂2番の舞台はこれから
Yes!
並びかけてきたのはアグネス
Come on.
アグネスタキオン完全に
Oh, fuck yes.
ここから一気に次
Still coming in clutch.
アグネスタキオン足色は衰えないアグネスタキオンリードは
Yes!
先頭は変わらずアグネスタキオンやりました
Semifinals clutched.
娘たちをねじ伏せレースを制したアグネスタキオン URA ファイナル
Sate is like, now then.
レースを制しました
Hajimeo is like, let's begin. Okay.
決勝へと駒を進め
I love,
一着 KM を
I absolutely love that sentiment as you come up on the last stretch. Just like, it's very pacer, right? It's very pacer or pace chaser to like to wait until the very end and be like, all right, now it's time. Like the only ones who would make more sense saying that are like Goldship and the other end closers, just being like, all right, I'm done playing. So fucking good.
おめでとうございます
Congratulations! With this win in the semifinals, you've earned yourself a spot in the finals. I was so absorbed in your trainee's passionate race, I completely forgot about my work. Of course, this incredible result is thanks to your firm bond with your trainee.
あの
Do you have any words for her going into the final race? Let's take the crown together. Simply amazing! What strength of feeling contained in such simple words! I knew it. You've got what it takes. You do anything for victory, even spending all your savings on a reward for your trainee. What stirring determination. I'm looking forward to seeing you in the finals. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
さて
I didn't say that.
何をしようか
I gotta get this speed friendship training in. My speed's gonna be over 800.
一緒に頑張りましょう
That's impressive.
心に熱を感じるよ
Alright, one last look at the skills. Is this a standard race distances? It is. I could take standard distance. Moderately increase performance and fall. I don't see a reason why not to take the standard distance one. At this point. I'm not gambling on having access to skills or training again, since this is the final
熱を
race.
感じるよ
Good luck to you as well. Alright. Ooh. Here it is, the final race. The stage where Agnes Tachyon can shine the brightest, brighter than anyone else. Of course, that goes for my trainee too. The grand finale. I'm gonna get the gold. Let's both give it our all. Of course. Your days with your trainee and my days with mine, let's see which comes out on top. At last, the final race of the Ura finale begins.
1番アグネス・タキオ8番人気17番人気
Is Happy Meek
1番アグネス・タキオ
in here somewhere?
8番人気
There she is.
11番人気は12番13番
Okay.
ハッピーミー
Hey, hey,
気合が乗っていますね。
Ooh, time for some real stress.
さあ出走だ。
The Ura finale finals. This is it for all the peanuts.
美しい青空が広がる今日スタートです
Hell yes!
揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが来
I love that that skill got immediately triggered.
この二人が競り合っているぞ長丁場のこのレースですがサイレンス鈴鹿早くも先頭に
I don't like how far back. Okay, good. Her skill triggered. There we go. I don't see Happy Meek. There she is. Way in the back. I don't think Happy Meek is either an end or a late closer though, so that's not a good place for her.
その外並んで18番少し離れて16番差がなく5番1馬審査メジロマックイーン
I don't like the Tachyon's trapped inside the pack either.
ライスシャワー内から行く向こう上面に入って先頭はダイワスカーレット順位を振り返っていきます現在1番手はダイワスカーレット
Straight away recovery, that's good.
サイレンス鈴鹿3馬審査12番
There we go, pulling up to
続いてい
third.
る少し後ろから18番1馬身離れて16番そして後
That's
ろ
right.
につきましては5番後からメジロマックイーン6番並んできたメジロライアン並びかけてきた内からライスシャワー残り1000メートルを通過外を通りましてハッピーに
Slowly catching up.
2番そして外目をつきましては
There we go.
始めよう。
Now then, let's
その後ろ
begin.
ナイスネイチャーそしてそのうち3番後方2番手に14番11番最高峰だ意気揚々と先頭を行きますダイワスカーレットどうでしょうこの展開
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。息を入れるタイミングがあれば。
Come on, Agnes.
第4コーナーカーブ
Now's the time to make your move. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, look at her go. Look at her eating that ground up. Oh, jeez. Ooh, come on, come on, come on. Oh. Oh. Yes. Yes. Yes.
今勝利ですこの子にかなうウマ娘はいるのかアグネス・タキオン
Yes.
決勝を制しました
My girl did it.
優秀たちの頂点が誕生です2着はダイワスカーレット
She had more than enough power, and she triggered a bunch of her skills. So
これが研究の成果さ。
I absolutely believe that that standard skill was the best. Like helped her win. It put her over the top. Umamusume legend. A live version, huh? So fucking good. Oh, and my girl got to lead it. Oh. I'm so happy. I got the song, is what I got. Ura Finale Finals Medium. Congratulations. The skilled competition you were up against makes this a splendid victory. Top star. What is this? Dream Glimmer. Glimmers with the power of an Umamusume's dream come true. Used to raise potential level. Hell yeah. Bakum, Bakum. You did it, Trader Lady Arania. In impressive style, no less. I know, Meek. It's frustrating. Terribly so. But at the same time, your training and your trainees running inspired us, Trainer Lady Arania. Someday, I'll shine too, just as bright. That's right. Trainer Lady Arania, you're my rival, one I wholeheartedly respect. So when I say this, I mean it. Congratulations. Damn. Ura Finale Champion. Knock knock. Excuse me? Trainer Lady Arania? Are you there? I'm here. Oh, good! I was hoping to give this to you in person. It was just released today. The Twinkle Monthly Special Issue. You found a setting for turning off skip for first-time events, by the way, for later? Incredible. Let me know where it is. Recently, many readers have been requesting a compilation of events in the racing world over the past 3 years. So they surely also realize how impactful these past 3 years have been. So many things have happened. You're right about that. As a reporter, I feel very fortunate to have been able to cover these 3 years. And also that I was able to meet you. Oh, and one other thing. Have you seen the cover? The cover? Yes, take a look. At Odonashi's insistence, I look at the cover and see a large photo of Agnes Tachyon adorns the front page. When I was trying to decide who should be the face of this special edition, only one possible candidate came to mind. And that was the opinion of the editorial department as well. I don't know what to say. We at Twinkle Monthly will continue covering Agnes Tachyon's exploits, and of course, we'll be following you with great interest as well. After all the interviews I've done to date, I'm convinced you two are the light that will guide the racing world forward. Then I'll make sure she shines even brighter. That's... Are you okay? Simply amazing! You want to make your trainee shine even brighter, even if it means you'll only be the shadow behind her? Dedicating all your time to her, all your money even, and bringing her to races all around to pursue her dreams? Ah, you're just as amazing as I imagined you to be. For whatever reason, reporter Odonashi loses control of her excitement, like always. But this magazine conveys her true feelings. I'll be sure to show it to Agnes Tachyon later. Damn. All of these skill increases are going to make her an incredible legacy. That's the word. The Ura finale comes to a close to widespread acclaim. Majestic! Incredible! Congratulations! To think your Umamusume would be the one to take the crown. Thank you very much. Indeed! It was worth all the trouble of holding the event just to see the satisfaction on your face. But you're far from the only one looking satisfied. All of the Umamusume in the crowd had their eyes glued to the race, and all the other trainers are eager to seize this new honor. There's more excitement than I could ever have imagined. People are already looking forward to the next event. And it's all thanks to you and the star Umamusume you raised. I have no regrets. From the bottom of my heart, you have my thanks. Please keep doing your best to help Umamusume shine in the future and beyond. Leave it to me. Now, I do believe I've spoken for long enough. Go and see your partner. I don't doubt that she's waiting for you. I meet up with Agnes Tachyon and leave the racecourse. On the way home, our conversation gradually grows more and more jovial as we reminisce about our journey to the top. We promise one another that no matter what new stages or rivals lie ahead, we'll do our best together. The next day, knock knock. Coming in. Please excuse the interruption at work, Trainer Lady Urania. You almost gave me a heart attack. Surprised, were you? Splendid. Just the response I was hoping for. Now then, off we go. Huh? Go where? Ha ha ha! That's the surprise. Now come along, come along. Got you. Ah. Director Akikawa suddenly pulls a sack over my head. I can't see a thing. She's taking lessons on how to handle me from Agnes Tachyon. This way. Never fear, I'll guide you. Alright. Director Akikawa takes me by the hand and leads me away as I ponder what fate is about to befall me. And here we are. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Congratulations once again to the finale champion. Incredible. A Hamburg, like triple stack Hamburg steak sitting on top of a pile of spaghetti and vegetables with a carrot in the middle of it like a candle and a little fan that says victory on it. I'd eat it. I bet it'd be good. To celebrate your accomplishment, I have taken the liberty of preparing a modest dinner. That's not very modest. Behold, my specialty, which I have dubbed the Carrot Hamburger Steak DX. Eat as much as your heart desires. The director has been working hard all day to get this ready. Incorrect. If you take ingredient selection into account, I have been working on this for 2 months. Wow. Such dedication. Congratulations, Trainer Lady Urania. Your trainee ran an amazing race. But that's the last time you'll get the better of us. Isn't that right, Nick? Right. We'll always be your rivals. As the celebration continues, we reminisce about our shared experience and congratulate each other on a race well run. Delicious. My heart and stomach are both full. Yeah, I'm stuffed. I may have been a little too enthusiastic with preparations. But then again, a growing Umamusume needs to eat. Now then, there's something I've been wanting to give you for a while. Please accept this fan. A fan? This fan was given to me by the former director. It's a symbol of my resolve, so to speak. However, as of today, I entrust it to you, along with the future of Umamusume everywhere. Are you sure I deserve an honor like this? Indubitably. Indeed, I can think of no one more suitable. Thank you very much. Vindication. The sparkle in your eyes, the set of your jaw, I knew I chose the right person. Trainer Lady Urania, I implore you, please continue to support the Umamusume of this academy. You obtained Director's Fan. That's incredible. I place the fan carefully in my pocket and vow alongside Agnes Tachyon that I won't betray Director Akikawa's passion. So many fucking skill points. Reach the good ending for a trainee. Perfect. Agnes Tachyon placed excellently in the Twinkle series. Hand in hand, we've been able to work our way through the first 3 pivotal years of her career. On a day of respite, while basking in the glory of our accomplishments. Hey trainer, you've been spacing out for quite some time. Tachyon? Little do you know I've actually been here for the past 5 minutes. I fear your sense of danger is a cause for concern. So what are you doing here? She's cute in this outfit. I want that outfit. Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to extend an invitation to you. That is, to go on a date. What? And so Agnes Tachyon and I set off on our date together. I didn't expect you to choose an aquarium. A book I read recommended it for being replete with curiosities to promote conversation. Look around at these tanks made of such beautiful acrylic glass. You are beholden to it, the savior of all aquariums. Many issues would arise during the time when reinforced glass was the norm, especially in regard to its manufacture. I'm off the mark, aren't I? Fish, right? The fishes? Oh, how pretty, like colorful, aren't they? Okay, next we go shopping. In a shopping mall as big as this, your desire to buy should be amply stimulated. Well, trainer, don't you want to shop for anything? She can look at me like that all day. Nothing in particular for now. Well, that's problematic, as I too have no desire to shop. I typically make all my purchases online.
Yoshi.
Very well, onward to the next destination. Our date continues until I realize the sun is setting.
トレーナーくん
Time sure flew by, didn't it? Well now, after the date, do you feel any different? Does your heart ache? Do you find it hard to breathe or difficult to think straight? Please do report anything that comes to mind. The word report rings a bell in my mind. Could it be that I'm being experimented on?
おっと
Wasn't it obvious? Are you really just realizing now? How was I supposed to know? We've known each other for 3 whole years. Why would I go on a date with you without good reason? I want to record the emotions you're feeling at this exact moment. Whatever comes to mind is fine, just describe them in detail. It's difficult to turn her down when she gets like this. I try to think of something that might satisfy her. It was fun?
なるほど
Okay, and what else? It was refreshing. Ah, not quite what I was looking for. I'll remember it as a fond memory. Wrong. Don't you feel anything like butterflies in your stomach or a spark between us? Butterflies are a spark. Yes!
悪いね
My apologies for losing my cool. I don't take failure very well when it comes to my research. She has a thing for you, idiot! Wait, that's me I'm yelling at. What are you researching this time?
あ
It's the fundamental factor of the social animal, these things we call emotions. I faintly remember her saying something similar once before. Lately, I've become increasingly curious about the powers that stem from factors like enthusiasm and passion. Thinking back on it, she expressed her interest in emotions quite a while before. I thought it was a passing curiosity, but that no longer seems to be the case. What's gotten you so interested in it? I was made painfully aware that my long-held hypothesis is filled with flaws. I'd always known that a multitude of factors affect our running, but far from being fixed determiners, they were nothing more than effects resulting from minor interactions. That is what I firmly believed. She slowly closes her eyes as if to better remember that event. That day, during the Arima Kinen, after finishing the race, I was greeted by a passionate roar of cheers from the stands. I could even hear their voices during the race like a strong tailwind lending me strength. That is what inspired the desire in me to thank them sincerely. Casting my gaze towards the stands, it dawned upon me. Winning the race that day, and not only that, but managing to reach the classics with my own 2 feet. All of these accomplishments were, perhaps, only possible due to emotion. It occurred to me that I might have severely underestimated the true extent of its power. Agnes Tachyon opens her eyes slowly. In retrospect, I was only able to choose the road towards success because of your sentiments. In a way, what she says is true. Looking back, words I would casually impart often had a large effect on her decision-making. After all, I always wanted her to discover the limits of Umamusume kind through her own efforts. I used to believe that things like emotions were the furthest from the realm of science. But color me surprised, science and human emotion are inseparable. Oh, how naive I have been. Throughout these past 3 years, the subject of emotion seems to have captivated Agnes Tachyon more than I realized. If we are to aim higher still, it is imperative to decipher and examine these emotions to the fullest. Wouldn't you agree, my dear guinea pig? Hey! She called me dear this time. That's new. So once again, I find myself surprised at her underlying motive. You're even more... What? Finish your sentence. You've made me curious. She conquered the limits of her own Umamusume body, and in her senior year managed to realize her childhood dream. Looking at it another way, that same experiment-loving troublemaker is just a diligent hard worker. You're even more of a fanatic than I thought. Hey, come on. Did you really have to put it that way? That was borderline slander. And a first, too. Some might have called me self-centered or a lone wolf, but never a fanatic. I must have hit a funny bone as her laughter doesn't subside for quite a while. Ah, that was a good one. Though since your impression comes from a 3-year-long history together, it must have some truth to it. Thinking back, you've done a lot for me. At the risk of sounding cliché, I'm deeply thankful that you chose to be my trainer. I'll say it again, although it's a bit embarrassing, but thank you for everything. You've been a great help to me. Tachyon. I never could have imagined Agnes Tachyon expressing her gratitude with such sincerity. It's enough to make me crack a smile. And I'm happy to be your trainer. Yeah, thank you so much. You are undeniably a fantastic guinea pig. Huh? So, guinea pig, can you tell me once again how you feel in this moment? In Agnes Tachyon's hands are a heart rate monitor and a voice recorder, raring to go. At any rate, our eyes are set on the potential of Umamusume and that which lies beyond. And the next chapter of our journey has only just begun. I love her so much. Alright, what skill do I want? Professor of Curvature. Is there anything else I can afford? So close to Strategist. Alright. Fuck yes. B rank. Thank you, Yase. I'm so fucking happy for her. Hell yeah. I'm obviously going to take the finals champion one. Classic Triple Crown. I'm so proud of her for taking the Classic Triple Crown. That was incredibly good. Of course I'm going to edit my team. Hell yeah. What is this? Oh, I see. That's coming up next soon. So many fucking achievements. Missions completed. Alright. Is it under options? Ba 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 ba. Do not skip first time events. found it. I got a ticket. Hell yeah. Narita Bryan. Okay. Perfectly round rice cakes. That's a pretty good... That's a pretty good skill to have. Goldship. I wonder if I can upgrade anybody's potentials now. 6 of 15. Oh, I could upgrade Meishodoros. I should probably do that, huh? Only if I want to use her. Grass Wonder. El Condor Pasa. Oh. Yeah, I can see that. Air Grove. Hold on. Part of the problem here is that I don't know... So she's a pace chaser. I don't know which of these is supposed to be what. I don't know what roles. So I need a sprinter, and I need... Let me check out my team.
レースにエントリーするのか?
I need a sprint, and I need dirt. Alright, so I come here and... She's obviously not a sprinter. Absolutely, she's the worst sprinter. We all know, of course, Goldship isn't a sprinter. How about vodka? Nope. Do I have any sprinters? I have Sakura Box Shino, right? She's medium. Haru Arara and Box Shino? Okay. I have a Top Gun. She's a front runner. Super Creek. Who is Pace Chaser. Major Orion. A late surger. I can Miss Tachyon, my beloved. I'm obviously gonna raise her potential. Because I'll absolutely play her again. Waiting ticket. Another late surger. Sakura Box Shino. Class rep plus speed. Moderately increased velocity with Bakushin power when engaged in a challenge toward the front in the second half of the race. Slightly increased acceleration on sprint. Can I raise her potential? Nope, because I have to have sprint racing shoes for that. She needs dirt racing shoes? Because she's my dirt racer. There don't seem to be many dirt racers. Machikani Fukukutaru, nice nature. King Halo. King Halo is also a sprinter. Increased velocity and a true display of skill with 200 meters remaining after racing calmly. Outer post proficiency, moderately increased performance in brackets 6 to 8. A late surger sprinter, apparently. Gap closer, slightly increased spurting ability when positioned toward the back late race. Studious, slightly widened field of view with heightened observation mid-race. Alright. I do have people. Oh, I see. I'm gonna do Grass Wonder at some point too. Alright. Okay. More stuff in the Barchive. You all heard nothing. Nobody said Barchive. Damn you, nobody. Alright. I kind of want to do. I need to check this out real quick. Okay. I hear Super Creek gives Big Mommy vibes, so let's try her out. Wait. Really? I could do another Goldship run. Now that I have... Wow, okay. Why? Alright, we're gonna do Grass Wonder. Okay, that looks like the best setup then. And we're off. I meant to pick Super Creek, and I picked Grass Wonder. That's fine. Today, Grass Wonder officially begins her quest through the Twinkle series. Eager to discuss what lies ahead, I head to her classroom so I can walk her to the office myself. I don't know why I picked her. Oh dear, Spei? That kanji character isn't quite right. Huh? Which one? Where? Looks like she's talking to Special Week, an Umamusume from Hokkaido, who's in the same year as her. Hold on. First, let's try and chill for a second. I can't see the paper with your hands in the way. And that's Seiyun Sky, who is also making her debut soon. Her manner of communication can be a tad indirect at times. You have the wrong radical on the left side of Whirlpool. The one you've written makes the kanji for disaster. So I need to do it like this. What chicken scratch is that, Spei? I've seen better handwriting from a 6-year-old. Meanie? Dear me, if even Ella's correcting your penmanship, I fear you may have a long way to go. Hey! Another classmate in the same year, El Condor Pasa, is an Umamusume with a big and bright personality. She also shares a room with Grass Wonder. Don't worry, Spei, there's plenty of time. Just take a few deep breaths and correct the mistake. I'll try. Sure is lively in here. Oh, trainer, I didn't realize you were here. Ah, your Grass's trainer. Is she late for training? I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. What do you mean? You see, I scored so bad on our quiz that I have to do extra homework. She's not allowed to train until it gets done either. However, with our debuts coming up, she can't afford to miss a single session. So you're all pitching in? Exactamente. So less tears and more writing, Spei. Spirit, guts, effort! A little effort before the test would have been nice too, though. I know. Well, if that is the situation, trainer, would you mind waiting a little longer? Sure thing. Thank you. Now let's continue, Spei. Haste makes waste. This is the perfect opportunity to refocus and learn from your mistake. Think about what a whirlpool is made of. Water, right? So the correct kanji should have the water radical. Oh, that makes sense. I can remember that. Grass Wonder skillfully gives concise but useful advice to help Special Week finish her extra homework. Thank you for waiting, trainer. You all seem like good friends. Hi. I really value our friendship. Each of them is quite different, which makes our time together enjoyable. Though of course, that isn't all. As members of the same generation, we are bound to face one another many times on the track as rivals. Her expression remains calm as she says this. But something about her aura makes my skin prickle ever so slightly. Now, you wanted to discuss our plans from here on, right? I know we need to talk about things like training and our race agenda, but I have something to give you first. With that, Grass Wonder holds out a piece of calligraphy paper. I unfold it and see confident, bold lines that spell out determination. I will follow the path I have chosen, never backing down until I reach the top. This is my promise in writing. Trainer, would you carry it with you? Of course. It's just a folded piece of paper, but it's as if I can feel the weight of the conviction she's poured into it. I carefully tuck it away. I'll be counting on you, trainer. Let's begin the ascent. I like her. And with that, our journey is underway. Debut race, here we come. And then we skipped that event because we've seen it a million times. Alright. Well, let's go start with wits because of the bonus there. Perfect. The setting makes this much better. Should probably focus on
参りましょう。ご機嫌はいかがですか。
speed and power.
始めましょう。
Damn, look at that guy.
準備はできている。
She's a pace chaser. No, wait. What is she?
さて、今日もよろしくお願いいたします。しっかり。
She's also a good late. Surger. Either way, speed and power are kind of what they need the most of.
頑張りますね。この程度の疲労、なんということ。
Failure rate's pretty high there.
疲れているみたいです。
Let's rest.
おはようございます。
Good morning, trainer. Thank you for giving me time to rest. Do you feel any better?
はい。
I do. I was worried about falling behind, so I did some light exercise to maintain my condition. As it's said, in times of peace, prepare for strife. It's important to make good use of your time off. It sounds like Grass Wonder has remained vigilant even on her day off. Very good. One day, not long before Grass Wonder's debut race, I head to the training course to get everything set up before Grass Wonder arrives. But when I arrive... Whew, that'll do. How did your Maru do, by the way?
バッチグー。
All warmed up and ready.
やるわよ。
Okay, let's do this. Dashing off with a seemingly effortless burst of blinding speed is Marazensky, an Umamusume who has earned herself countless epithets. I've seen her on TV, in magazines, and online plenty of times before, but seeing her run in person, her form is breathtaking. She won it, of course, because she's incredibly good, but no good spark, sadly. I'm sorry. That was fantabulous. Since she tends to take an immediate lead in her races, Marazensky is generally classified as a front runner, but it seems like less of a conscious strategy and more that she's so impossibly fast, no one else can get ahead of her. All revved up, so now I floor it. She has so much power.
なるほど。
A fearsome beast through and through. She's well deserving of the nickname. Grass, I didn't know you were here.
はい。
I just arrived, actually. I'm ready to begin at your earliest convenience. Speak of the devil, indeed.
負けられない。
We don't have time to waste on gazing in admiration. Let us focus squarely on our own efforts. For sure. Grass Wonder's fighting spirit burns bright and never wavers, not even in the presence of the beast. Good for her. I conduct her training with a strengthened sense of purpose to help get her to the very top. On another day, Grass Wonder joins a scrimmage with other Umamusume scheduled to debut the same time as her. Wow, Grass's acceleration is incredible. Talk about scary. When she gets that gotcha look in her eyes, Grass is the last person I want to be up against. Really? That look gets me fired up. Well, most of us aren't masochists unlike you. Kid these days? Only 200 left. Grass is leading. Hell yeah. Grass Wonder leaves the rest of the competition in the dust and takes first place. 1,600 meters of turf in just a minute and 34 seconds. It's hard to believe that this is the work of a junior year racer. The reporters who come to the scrimmage also take notice of Grass Wonder. Holy moly, fantastic. What was her name again? It's Grass Wonder. I couldn't be happier seeing you enjoy this scrimmage between the up-and-coming Umamusume. Oh, Simbali Rudolph. I was able to capture so many great pictures today, especially of that last runner. Who in this generation has the most potential in your eyes? Well, it goes without saying that every Umamusume has a great deal of potential. For one, there's El Condor Pasa. She proudly claims to be the world's strongest racer and makes an inspiring amount of effort to keep improving. Then there's Seun Sky. She tends to stay out of the spotlight, but once she's on the track, you see just how many tricks are up her sleeve. Another one of note is Special Week. Despite the challenges she seems to be facing adjusting to her new surroundings, no one can deny the brilliance of her skill. Right. Those names have all come up a lot recently. I'm sure they have. But let's not forget Grass Wonder. Oh, the Umamusume from the race just now. Which reminds me, 1 minute and 34 seconds over a distance of 1,600 meters? That's the same as a certain record performance of the Asahi High FS. Surely nobody could see that time and not be reminded of the legendary beast Marazinski. Yes, now that you mention it, the similarities are quite the remarkable coincidence. Yeah, and you know what that means? Grass Wonder could be the next Marazinski. You could even go so far as to call her the beast's successor. Grass, great race. Your time was amazing. Grass? Huh? Oh, thank you, Spade. The beast's successor, you say? I sure do. Everyone in the media booth was saying so after seeing her race today. She's got what it takes to live up to those expectations. Marazinski is so dominant that just saying her name brings so many legendary moments to mind. And just between us, it was precisely that hot rod who inspired me to become a huge Umamusume fan. Quite understandable. Not only is she undefeated, but in just 8 races since her debut, she achieved an unprecedented sum of 61 lengths in their combined margins of victory. That commanding lead has inspired people to refer to her races as solo journeys, giving her such an intimidating reputation. It's even resulted in Umamusume withdrawing from their scheduled races just because they know Marazinski will be entering. I know, right? I heard they almost had to cancel a race because there weren't enough participants. It's good that it didn't come to that, but even so, the fact that she's never found herself in a race with a double-digit racer count is a crazy feat in its own right. That's why people started calling her the Beast in the first place. But now Grass Wonder has entered the picture. She's already this strong and she hasn't even debuted yet. Heck, she hasn't even been scouted yet. And what's more, she's got that unshakable serene confidence. She makes her wins look so effortless, other racers can't hope to compete. She's right up there with Marazinski. I think the Beast's successor would be the perfect nickname for her. You make an intriguing point. As you might surmise from my naming her as an example, I also have high hopes for Grass Wonder. But I say that because... Hey Grass, are you coming back to the dorm after this? We could go together... Sorry, Spade, but I can't. I'm going to drop by the gym, so please go on ahead without me. Huh? You're going to the gym at this hour? But I say that because Grass Wonder herself carries unyielding determination to reach the top. Of course she does. The Beast's successor. I should feel honored to be mentioned in the same breath as her, but the title of successor isn't suitable for one who stands at the top. I could never be content with it. That tracks.
準備はできていますから頑張りますね水を知る者は参りましょ
Gotta get her power up. While having lunch in the cafeteria, I catch Agnes Digital snooping around the place. Huh? Is that enough for you, Suzuka? I can get you some more if you want. No, this is enough. How's your Weight Watching going, Spade?
ちょっと
Quit copying me! I picked that dessert first. Yeah, well, you took the side dish that I wanted. It was me who... Inspirations, rivals. Just look at them all eating lunch together. Oh, they're too blinding. But I've got to burn this into my retinas. Lights, action, stare respectfully. What a nerd. Fascinating how visual excitement can invoke such fascinating how visual excitement can invoke such heavy breathing. Ah! Tachyon! As indubitably intelligent as ever today, I see. An interesting greeting considering we're roommates and saw each other this morning, but no matter. More importantly, there's something that's been on my mind for the longest time. Care to indulge me?
任せて
Sure, I'll tell you anything and everything. I mean, depending what you're okay hearing. I was curious about the shrine you have in our room, you see. What exactly are you worshipping? What? My merch shrine? That's a...
お願いします
May my precious Umas have a wonderful day and week and month and be happy forever and ever and ever. Oh, I'm so blessed. My figures look extra ultra radiant today. Nerd. Umamusume figures, I see. You certainly could liken figures to idols. See, whenever I pray to them, I feel like I can take on any track there is. Like, my Uma Oshis are working so hard, I feel like I can do my best too. It gets my blood pumping and my heart pounding, I feel all powered up. Oh, that's very intriguing. It sounds like more than just an adrenaline rush. Perhaps your heart palpitations have an effect on your blood circulation? Say, Digital, how would you feel about working with me as my test subject? Huh? An excellent response. Now let's see. I'll first require a small sample in order to analyze you. Give me your hand. Now relax, you'll barely feel a prick. No, I can't touch an Umamusume. That's against fangirl code. I have no touching, no requests, and absolutely no getting in the way, but... Digital, please compose yourself. I need a control sample of your vitals in a relaxed state. Just imagine touching the Agnes Tachyon. I can't. Digitan's poor little heart can't hold all these feels. I'm gonna cry tears of joy. Wonderful. Such explosive force. Maybe she has experienced some kind of mutation after all. This is getting very interesting. Stop right there, Digital. What a weird situation. She's a little weirdo and I love her for it. Is she a trainee you can get? The day after Grass Wonder's day off, I head over to my office only to find... Are you asleep? Oh, I'm sorry. I only meant to take a quick rest on the sofa. Did you get enough sleep yesterday? Well, I sort of lost track of time while gazing at my moss terrarium last night. There's an art to growing moss in a glass tank, and it brings me joy to observe its daily progress. You don't know if she's released yet? But I need to take care not to let it cut into my sleep schedule. Oh no, she made me actually yawn. It seems Grass Wonder stayed up late rather than get a proper night's rest. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, good morning, trainer. Someone's sleepy. Well, you see, Elle was talking in her sleep last night and I couldn't help but be a little curious. She must have been having the buffet of her dreams because she kept calling out things like a la plancha and gazpacho. It's incredible how she can muster that much energy even while sleeping. So you see, I didn't catch a wink all night. It seems Grass Wonder needs more sleep. That's not great. Beautiful. One day as I'm passing by the park. So do you like it, Taiki?
Yes!
Yeah, it tastes good. Oh boy, has it got a bitter kick to it though. Shucks, I'm trying to think of how many, shucks, I'm trying to think how them fancy folk describe it. You sure brew a mighty fine cuppa. Why, thank you for saying so. Having another tea session? Oh, trainer, that's right. Taiki and I decided to have one at the park today. It's an outdoor tea party. I'm having a blast. Which reminds me, I brought some donuts to enjoy. Betcha this'll solve that little bitterness problem. Sit tight while I go get 'em. Sweet mother of mercy. What's wrong? A wasp! And a darn big one, too. Ah! It's just a bee. Perhaps the sugary scent of the donuts drew it here? Help me, Grass! Help! Yes, I can take care of this. The best thing to do is... be careful. Yes, very true. As long as we stay still and don't disturb the bee. Oh, so make like statues and we'll be safe? Yes, perfectly safe. So try to calm down, okay, Taiki? You follow Grass Wonder's instructions and sit completely still. Wow, Grass. We ain't goners after all. Back when I was a kiddo in the States, I was taught not to mess around when a killer bee's in town. That was so scary, my knees are trembling even now. Bees in the States sometimes cause serious incidents, so it's no surprise many children are afraid of them. You don't seem scared, Grass. That's a fact. Grass's approach was wonderfully perfect. I'm glad you saw it that way. Know thine enemy, as the saying goes. It's precisely because they are scary that I learned as much as I could about them. There's nothing to fear as long as you have a plan. Wow, Grass. That's a tasty cup of wisdom you poured. I can only think of Yellow Jackets and they are bastards. When I was little, I stepped on a Yellow Jacket nest and they flew up my pants. And yeah, they're shitty. They're shitty little creatures. Paper wasps, on the other hand, are sweethearts, and I love them. We had a whole bunch of nests of paper wasps. They colonized our house, and I just went outside every day, and I spent like 15, 20 minutes standing around watching them. And like the first few days, they would buzz me, they would fly at me, and like check me out. But eventually it got to the point where I could go out there and they wouldn't even respond to my presence. And eventually I could climb up on a chair and stand like inches away from their nest and watch them take care of their babies. And they didn't respond to me at all. They trusted me. They knew I was fine. They would get into our house sometimes, and I could just put my hand next to them when they were on the wall or something, and they would just walk onto my hand and I could carry them outside. No fear at all, because they knew me. It was incredible. I love them. And when they finally left at the end of the season, we collected the biggest nest, and Rook put it in a plastic case and sprayed it down with sealant so that we could preserve it, and we've got it still. I'm not sure I'd use that exact phrasing. Grass Wonder's level-headed strength was on full display this afternoon.
浮き沈み七旅とも言います。今は調子が悪くとも
Let's go ahead and deal with her night owl situation.
申し訳
Grass Wonder looks like she's on the brink of a burnout, so I bring her to the infirmary to rest. I'm sorry you had to go so far out of your way for me, trainer. You should take some time off to rest as well. Now, time for some shut-eye.
あらあら
Oh, goodness me, where am I? Trainer doesn't seem to be here. I wonder what's around. Oh, is that a full tea set? It even includes top-grade Gyokuro tea leaves. This place is so tranquil, I should take a moment to relax. The caress of the breeze, the freshness of the air, the beautiful sky stretching endlessly above. Now that I've calmed down, I realize how surprisingly pleasant this place is. Ah, was I dreaming? What did you dream about? It was an incredible dream. I was in this lovely place drinking tea. That must be why I feel so rejuvenated. If only I could take you there, trainer. Judging by her face, I'd say Grass Wonder is back to her usual self. Hell yeah.
少々体が重いですが
Need to improve her mood.
行きましょうか
Grass Wonder and I stopped by the shopping district on our way home. Here it is, my favorite flower shop. Are you going to buy something? Just a few flowers. The empty vase in the dorm lobby is such a forlorn sight. What's a flower vase without flowers? I figured I could pick a few to brighten things up. Don't you think seeing them every day would help to brighten everyone's spirits? I think that's a great idea.
感謝いたします
Thank you very much. I've been very passionate about flower arrangement ever since I was little. It feels wonderful that I get to continue my hobby here too. I'd love to see it once you're finished. Yes, certainly. I'd like to share my interests with you after all. I know. Since you're here, why don't you try arranging a vase too? Let's choose some to decorate my office. That's a lovely idea. Flowers are a wonderful addition to anyone's daily life. And with the different blooms staggered throughout the year, bouquets are an excellent way to enjoy the ever-changing seasons. We spend a fair amount of time in that office, so we'd best put a lot of thought into which flowers to use. Oh, I almost forgot about the vase in my dorm's lobby. There's so much to think about. Grass Wonder is practically walking on air as we pick out flowers together. Lovely.
いつも通りが一番
All right.
ですよね
So she literally only has to run in this. So today, Grass Wonder will finally run in her debut race. She takes deep and slow breaths, outwardly seeming like her usual self. But I can't help but wonder if she'll be able to hold it all together. Is she warmed up enough? Should I tighten her shoelaces? Excuse me, trainer. You seem to be rather anxious. Are you feeling okay? I'm good. How about you? You're nervous enough for the two of us. I'm doing just fine. Remember, if an Uma doesn't take first in their... Yeah, I know. And they also need to... Like, it also changes their fan amounts, and that's important. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Today is no different than any other. You've waited a long time for this debut. I'll show you a performance that will be sure to clear away those nerves. I can't wait. Well, I should be on my way. Alright. I believe in her, though. I'm sure she can do it.
美しい青空が広く今スタートが切られました各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りましたみんな集中してましたね
Okay, well, she's not looking good there.
7番6番4番1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かって
Oh, wait, no, she's a late surger. So that's fine.
花を奪っていったのは6番すぐに続いて7番6番と7番序盤からやり合っていますいいライバル関係になりそうですね6番会長に飛ばして行きます先頭行ったのは6番7番追走激しい先頭争い4番3番手内には1番5番手には2番後から8番
Isn't she?
9番2馬身離れてブラックバンダー2馬身3馬身開いて3番向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ10馬身現在1番手は6番続いて7番3番手に1番さらに2番外から行く4番少し後ろから8番1馬身離れて9番そしてその後方にはグラスワンダー2馬身差3番意気揚々と先頭へ行きます6番どうでしょうこの展開ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが各馬娘一段となって団子状態の大混戦これだけ密集していると紛れがありそうですね第4コーナーを進め
Okay, she's pulling up to the front now.
ここからスパート一気にレースが動きます互いに足を溜めている展開これは直線勝負になるか最後のコーナー最初に立ち上がった
Come on. Perfect.
外からグラスワンダー驚異的な末
There we go. Okay.
すごい足だ200を通過グラスワンダー足色は衰え
Excellent.
リードは2馬身
Okay.
争いは6番1番これは強い後ろに突き放して
Yes.
グラスワンダーゴール板を駆け抜けたこれは見事な走りグラスワンダー見事に制しました
Perfect.
2着には6番3着1番
やりました
Hell yeah. Good for her. Grass Wonder seems to have made a strong impression in her debut race. Just in case you didn't know, you can make the race announcer a woman in settings as well.
やりました
I should do that. I'm back, trainer. Are you still feeling nervous? Not in the slightest. Wonderful. The first step has been taken, yes? After packing up our things to head back, we step outside only to be immediately approached by a waiting figure. Excuse me, Grass Wonder. May I ask you a few quick questions?
Hi.
Oh, certainly. Go right ahead. Thank you. Then let me start by congratulating you. You displayed amazing potential in your debut race. Your running was a sight to behold. I'm honored to receive such praise. Oh, trust me, I've still got goosebumps. It's no wonder they call you the next Marazinski. You really are the beast's successor. Thank you. The reporter's eyes are alight with excitement. I feel like they're seeing too much of Marazinski and not enough of Grass Wonder. Grass Wonder herself must be feeling this dissonance even more acutely. Pardon me.
トレーナーさん
Trainer? Allow me. I try to step in, but Grass Wonder cuts me off. Too excited to notice the tension in the air, the reporter tries to press onward with the interview. So, what's in your racing schedule going forward? Do you have anything planned? I'd love to know what race we'll be seeing you in next. Oh yes, I was just about to discuss that very topic with my trainer. Hey Quartz!
あの
So then, trainer, is now a good time? Do you have a race in mind?
え
Yes, my heart is set on one in particular. Allow me to race in the Asahi High Futurity Stakes. The Asahi High FS is well known to determine the top junior year runner, so it sounds like a perfect objective for her. But there's just one problem. Did I hear that right? The Asahi High FS? That's the race where Marazinski set a new record back in her junior year. And now you want to run in it next? Yes, so long as I receive my trainer's permission. As long as it wouldn't put unreasonable strain on her schedule, I'd intended to improve any race she might name. But this... Now this is a scoop! The Successor aims for the junior crown. Yep, this is going on the front page. Thank you so much for your time in the big news. Goodbye! Please be careful on your way home. Now then, just to make sure.
トレーナーさん
Trainer, may I set the Asahi IFS as my next race goal? Are you sure this is what you want?
あら
What do you mean? Marazinski's performance in the Asahi High FS left a mark on the racing world that still burns vividly. This is Grass Wonder. We won all the, we finished first in everything with Agnes Tachyon. We killed it. It was incredible. She dominated the last few races. People are already calling Grass Wonder the next Marazinski. If she makes this her next big race, it'll invite more comparison than ever.
え
I know. That's exactly why I have to enter. The nickname has already spread, so there's no escaping it now. Besides, I have no intention of running from it anyhow.
負けられない
Bring on the comparisons, I say. I'll take this chance to prove myself once and for all.
必ず
My running is one of a kind. Grass. She's quiet. She's a planner. Solid determination seems to be her goal, like her thing. So, I'll ask one more time.
あの
Do I have your permission to run in the Asahi High FS? Let's show the world what you can do.
感謝いたします
Thank you.
頑張ります
Then
ね
let's begin training right away. And with that, Grass Wonder's next goal is decided. The Asahi High Futurity Stakes. She reminds me of like a CEO woman. Like, quiet, soft-spoken, but highly competent. You know? Do we like her? I like her so far. She's no Agnes Tachyon. But where does she rank? Let's see. Of the ones I've played so far, she's number 3, with Agnes Tachyon and Goldship, and then Grass Wonder. I don't know if she's going to be in my top
ご機嫌はいか
favorites,
がですか
but we'll see as it goes
今
on.
日も頑張りましょう
Let's see, training.
頑張りますね
I forgot Rice Shower. Rice Shower is... The problem is I want to be Rice Shower more than I want to... So Rice Shower is number 3, I guess.
今日は何を参りましょう
Fucking seeking the pearl.
平常心で落ち着いて頑張りますね
I
この
want
程度の指
Seeking
導
Power, Seeking the Pearl as a...
準備はでき
What you call it?
参りましょう
As a trainee. One day in the hallway. Wow! What an epiphany! Sometimes I scare myself with how smart I am. Combining daily cleaning with training, this is killing 2 birds with 1 stone at its finest. By way of horses you'd like to dress as, Ines Fujin. She is the most Pokemon trainer coded of all of them. So that makes sense. Now I just need to think about how to do it. How can I clean in a way that'll boost my Bakushin? I don't have any ideas. Hey you! Do you have any suggestions? Boost your speed by wiping the floor. Speed? You mean wiping the floor will lead me to even greater Bakushin speed?
やってやる
What a fantastic idea. I'll get on that right away. What a weird
ご機嫌はいかがですか？
Your entire style appears to be
頑張りますね。
tennis star slash Pokemon trainer, based on what I've
慣れ
seen.
ているみたいです。いえ、でもいけますから。
Yes. This morning I woke with the sunrise, so I decided to head to the academy
おはよう
earlier.
ございます。
Good morning, trainer. It really is a lovely day, don't you think? Morning. You seem to be in a good mood.
はい。
Well, I had a wonderful Kodo lesson on my day off yesterday. It's such a rewarding feeling, producing beautiful tones with your own two hands.
え
Now I'm ready to hop right back on the path to the top at full strength. Sounds like Grass Wonder was able to rest well during her day off. Energy recovered by 65. Fantastic. A little sporty, but also a little femme. Yep.
水
about
を
right.
するもの
Let's see. The horse that can play the Kodo. Don't see that every day. I'm not even sure what the Kodo is, I'm going to be honest. One day in the early afternoon, I spot Grass Wonder deep in
なり
contemplation.
ました。
I really shouldn't eat too much more, but what's on your mind?
トレーナーさん、
Ah, trainer. I'm trying to decide the appropriate amount of food for lunch. It's a little embarrassing to admit this, but I'm afraid I may have already gone and stuffed myself. Have you been snacking?
え
Yes. It was so lovely out, my classmates and I had tea together. But I was having such a wonderful time chatting and drinking, I kept reaching for sweet after sweet. You should have seen it. Spei had a treat in each hand the whole time. Enjoy your dinner, Yase! Kodo is a Japanese string instrument. The strings sit flat. Interesting.
どうしましょう
The
か。
question is, what am I to do now? I suppose you might consider this my just desserts. Grass Wonder looks at me for an answer. It'd be bad for her health if she ate too much, but sweets are no substitute for a proper lunch. You can't train well on an empty stomach. Well, I agree. A lackluster meal leads to a lackluster performance. Having a balanced diet is part of one's training regimen. I might be overeating a little, but my body needs its nutrients. With that settled, I'll have to pick something that complements the leftover tea. Grass Wonder makes a conscious effort to eat well and better her training. Fuck yes.
ご機嫌はいかがですか？頑張ります
Increasing
ね。
her
準備
skill
はで
points
きて
is very good. Fuck yes.
さて、
Those 5 support cards at once.
行
Alright.
ってまいります。
Time for the Asahi High. Slightly increased velocity in the last spurt. That's a very good one. Front runner's corners. That's not what she is though, so let's go and take that one. That's the one she unlocked with her potential increase. I'm absolutely certain I've heard one before. I just
ついに
wouldn't recognize
急
it.
なレースですね。
Let's see.
落ち着いて、平常心で走って
Okay,
まいり
yeah.
ます。
It's the long, flat one.
いつも通りが一番ですよね。
It's like a,
油断も気負いもありませんから。
it's like a what? Very difficult for a horse to play? I bet.
さて、
Not this horse. Alright, we're going to see her enter the Asahi High FS. At last, the day of the Asahi High Futurity Stakes arrives. The stands are packed, although I would expect no less of a G1 race. Well, trainer, I imagine the nerves must be starting to sink in. Yeah. Then once again, I'll let you take on the nervous feeling for the both of us. What does futurity mean? It's like a gambling term. I mean investment. I mean investment, which is the same damn thing, but you know. The Asahi IFS is not the only challenge I face today. The attendees undoubtedly have only Marazinski on the mind.
負けない。
That's exactly why I have to do my best. Not as the next Marazinski or Marazinski's successor, but as a runner with the ability to reach the top.
行きます。
I will show them all.
注目の一番人気5番
Alright.
グラスランダー。
人気と実力
I wonder how she's going to do. I'm not entirely comfortable with Grass Wonder's racing style yet.
それでは、いざ。
But she has another late. Whatever or other. I'm looking up futurity. The future event.
この評価は少し不満か。2番人気はこの子、ミホノブルボン。スタンドに押しかけたファン
It's basically a race for horses that haven't competed for prizes yet.
ウマ娘気合い入れてほしいですね
It's basically like a fancy kind of
体勢整いました。
debut situation.
スタート。各ウマ娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう
先行争いはミホノブルボン、2番アイネス風神。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気グラスワンダー、ミホノブルボン快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ、
Okay, she's-
はミホノブルボン。このままリードすることができ
There's
るか。
Ines Fujin.
落ち着かない様子。
ちょっと前に出ましたね
先頭はミホノブルボン、単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはアイネス風神。外から14番リワハヤヒデ。
Beating my horse.
そしてその内から行ったのは2
I
番。
mean, maybe.
そ
We'll
の外
see.
を回って18番、6番並びかけてきた。2馬身3馬身開いて8番、そして4番、12番追走、9番並んできた。第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
内から来るか外から来るか最後の局面です
この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。
She's a 13th. She's a late surger. Now is when she's going to start really trying.
ご覧あれ。
And her thing went off, so here she goes. Come on. You gotta do better than that. Wow. That late start really screwed me up. Third place? Okay. That wasn't great. Grass Wonder keeps her word during the Asahi High Futurity Stakes. In fact, she outdoes herself. Crowd's electric. They all appear to be singing her praises. But in reality... Wow. Hey Dad, was that the new Beast look-alike everyone's been talking about? Ah yes, that kind of performance reminds me of Marazinski when she was in her junior year. I'll never forget how the crowd roared when she set that record. Did she outdo herself? Yeah, I know, right? Now that's what I call a race. Tomorrow's article will practically write itself. I better get a good picture to go along with it. Oh, I know! I can pair it with an old picture of Marazinski. The readers will eat that up. I should have expected this. In my head, I knew it was coming. Now that it's actually happening. Grass. Oh, pardon me. Everything is fine, trainer. It's just... Marazinski's shadow looms much larger than I thought. I explored every possible avenue in my preparations and held nothing back in my pursuit of victory. And yet all they call me is the new Marazinski. All they see is an echo of that hot rod red streak. If that was her outdoing herself, then I'm betting on Fujin. I know, right? I won't stand for it. Following in her footsteps will only keep me beneath her shadow, in which case I have but one option. I must face her directly. A race against Marazinski? Grass Wonder silently nods, her eyes ablaze. Determination. That is what I swore to uphold. I'd be fortunate to so much as scratch the surface of her abilities, so we'll have to pull out all the stops. That means remaining as diligent as possible throughout the classics. The Japanese Derby in particular is non-negotiable as it will determine the face of my generation. Sounds like it's our next objective then. Yes.
きます。
Where there's a will, there's a way. No matter how grand she may be, I will surpass her. And so the derby has become our first goal in preparing for a showdown with Marazinski. I've got to do better. Good, her mood went
ご
up.
機嫌はいかがですか？参りましょう。明けまして。
Happy New Year, trainer! Did you celebrate with any traditional cuisine? I tried making a full box of osechi dishes. I have plenty to share if you'd like me to bring you any. Must have taken a lot of work to make everything yourself.
え？
It was a challenge, yes, but I wanted to immerse myself entirely in the local New Year's customs. Besides, this will be a year of challenges. An early start will only help me in the long run. I will be facing my venerated seniors. Every type of preparation is invaluable. Good point! So yes, on that note,
はい。
the year's tone is set on day one, as they say. Why don't we talk about our aspirations for the upcoming year? What would you like to accomplish this year, trainer? Helping you hone your skills. My skills, you say?
え？
Now that you mention it, I've been wanting to work on shortening my stride. With a little more practice, Grasswinder's stride could become the best weapon in her arsenal. While small, fast steps aren't sustainable in longer races, they would give quick acceleration for a last
頑張りま
spurt.
すね。
Master oneself. I will fight back my instincts and develop a controlled path to victory. Grasswinder's competitive spirit is in full force, so we decide to get a jump start on training. Excellent, that's exactly what I wanted
いる
from
み
her.
たいです。いえ、でも。この手。
Let's rest. Sleep deprived again. Better get well soon.
ご機嫌はいかがですか？
Excellent. Let's get the friendship training in.
張り切っていこ
Someday I'll be just like her. I hear Special Week and Tokai Teo talking outside or inside the classroom. They sound like they're having fun.
う。それで。
And the whole time Suzuka was so cool. Yeah, I know already. You just can't get enough of Suzuka, can you, Spei? But she's just so great. I want to be an amazing Umamusume just like her. Although I'm a little stuck on how to actually do that.
ミチシ。
Maybe start by copying her. Heck, if you do that, maybe you'll end up like her. You know, fake it till you make it.
そうなんだ。
Fake it till I make it. Okay, I'll give it a try. You want to be an amazing Umamusume? I didn't know that about you, Quartz. Had no idea you were into pony play. You'll run? I believe it. What do you think? You're totally off. Suzuka would definitely strike a more refined pose, and she wouldn't laugh like that.
あの、
Then how about this?
やるじゃん。
Oh yeah, that's more like it. And jazz it up with a Teo step. Got it. One Teo step coming right. What? I was just playing with ya. I think you've got it though. Why don't you try acting like Suzuka for the rest of the day? Spay! Perfect timing, mi amiga. I found a super delicious taco place, so let's head over there on our way home. Oh, hello there, El. You're as hyper as... ahem. How are you?
えっと。
A delicious taco restaurant? That sounds intriguing. So like, what do the Umamusume that don't run do? Whatever they want, they're people. They have jobs elsewhere. Huh? What's up with the way you're talking? Did you hit your head on the bedpost this morning or something? Not at all. Tacos sound great. I'll go with you, but I'd like to be alone. You're coming with me, but you want to be alone? Okay? What are you talking about?
はい。
Yes, I do want to go. I want to go beyond that delicious taco restaurant to a place no one has ever seen before. You want to go where? What's beyond the taco place? Wait, Spay? I had a quesadilla using leftover taco meat today. It was also very, very good. Special Week stubbornly keeps up the silent Suzuko act for quite some time. I don't know what I could have learned from that would be
とっても
useful.
体が軽い
I need fans. Let's go and give it a shot. Running to
注
tacos?
目の一番人気
It's important. It's something you should do.
.それではいざ
Running to tacos, mini balsam. I don't get that one.
美しい青空が広がる京都レース場。ターフも絶好の両馬場になりました。
各馬娘の構想が期待できます。
3番人気はこの子です。スーパークリーク。
Mini Balsam was an Uma? Oh, I see.
スペシャルウィーク。さあ、今日の主役はこの馬娘を置いて他にいない。1番人気グラスワンダー。
気合十分いい顔してますね。
各馬娘ゲートに入って体勢整いました。
ミニバーMusume.
綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行
She's spherical and tiny.
16番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気グラスワンダー。さあ花に立ったのは16番。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは18番。3番手には10番。少し後ろから待機シャトル。7番追走。
待機シャトル。
離れてスーパークリーク。2馬身離れてスペシャルウィーク。それを見るように2番グラスワンダー。続いている外から行く17番。1番内から行く。
Multi-cell call. Mini Balsam, there she is. Number 12. What an interesting name for a horse. She better win.
かもしれないです。一息つけるといいですが。
まだ訂正し合っているのか、互いに探り合いのままレース
Fusion.
を進みます。
前に抜け出すのは容易じゃなさそうです。
現在
Why is it Kansas but not Arkansas?
16番、さらに10番、待機シャトル並びかけてきた。第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
18番、ここで抜け出した。先頭は見合ったまま、このまま直線での争いになるのか。
Come on, Grass Wonder.
ここで足を止めています。
Wow.
前を狙っていると400を切りました。最終コーナー、先陣を切ったのは待機シャトルグラスワンダー。ここで抜け出したグラスワンダー。ここで上がってきたぞ。200を通過。
As soon as she decides she wants to be up front, she is.
強いグラスワンダー。足色は衰えない。
Wow.
強さを見せつけてグラス
Hell
ワン
yeah.
ダー。ゴール板を駆け抜けた。これは見
Perfect.
やりました
Good girl. Congratulations! What a spectacular victory. That's all thanks to her hard work. Now I'm certain. The next extra large full cover special feature has to be about you two. Sounds like we can expect a great response from the next Twinkle Monthly. I go to praise Grass Wonder for her victory. Fuck yeah. One day I arrive at the training track to find it much more crowded than usual. Peas and carrots, peas and carrots, peas and carrots, peas and carrots. Well, we sure do have a lot of guests today. Are you nervous?
いえ
No, it's fine. I'm used to this kind of clamor from my races anyway. That said, it is much easier for me to focus when it's quiet. We continue with our training, but I can't help but notice that Grass Wonder's running seems a bit lackluster that day. Damn it.
どんなメニューもお任せ
They were obnoxious and interfered with her training. It's all on the recipe.
この程度の疲労なんということは
Perfect. Umamusume, Umamusume.
さて
I should bump her wits a little bit.
お任せを。あら？
Oh? Dear me, I think I spaced out for a moment there. I should hurry and head back. The statue of the three goddesses. Thank you for always watching over us. Yes! Let's get that inspiration.
暖かな広告は？
Huh? Well, what was that? This warmth building in my chest and power flowing in my
と
veins.
っても体が軽い。
Excellent.
今
Her
日はいつも以上に
speed,
重たそう
stamina, and power went up. Let's do wits again.
お任せを。
Japanese Derby will soon be upon us. Today, the racers have been gathered for a press conference about the challenge before them. Ah ha ha ha! What am I expecting from the Derby? Do you even have to ask? Victory, triumph, conquest. What else could there be? Who's the world's strongest racer? The Derby is where that question will be answered. Easy now, easy. Keep going like that and you'll tire yourself out before the race even starts. Me, on the other hand, I'll be taking it slow like always. If you want to know more, you'll just have to check out the main event. My motivation? My motivation is, I want my moms and everyone back home to see me become #1 in Japan, so, I'll give it my all. El Condor Pasa, Seiyun Sky, Special Week. This year's Japanese Derby is stacked with a fearsome lineup of racers, Umamusume, who were turning heads before they even debuted. With precious little time remaining until the big event, the atmosphere among the racers is electric, and yet...
よろしくお願いいたします。
My name is Grass Wonder. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Oh, she's here, the Beast Successor. Excuse me, may I ask a question, please? Go right ahead. After your impressive achievements in your junior year, there were a lot of hopes riding on you. Are you feeling any of that pressure now? Well, I would be lying to say I haven't noticed the pressure at all. However, I will nonetheless face this challenge with a clear mind and steady preparations. After all, luck favors the brave. And they do say the luckiest Umamusume wins the Japanese Derby, yes? Wow, talk about having a cool head. Next question.
トレーナーさん、
Thank you for waiting, trainer. I finished the interview without a hitch. Good job! As I still have plenty of energy left, I'd like to get right into some Grass! Stop, stop, stop it right there! Whoa! The phantom bird appears out of the void!
あら？
Oh, is something the matter? Nothing much, just dropping by to remind you, this is war! Over the top as usual, I see. Didn't we both already voice our ambitions at the press conference? Nuh-uh. I heard you talking and it was a bunch of goody two-shoes baloney. I know you've got more fire hidden under the prim little Nadeshiko act. So that's why I'm here to talk to the real you, Grass. To tell you how super mega ultra psyched I am to face you, frente a frente, in an all-out clash. The race to decide who is La Primera, who is at the top of the world. Here we go! My. Aga aga. Grass Wonder stands there silently for a moment before finally saying with a gentle smile, Consider it a match. That little run-in with Elle cost us time. Shall we make up for it, trainer? You seem really motivated. Well, yes. After all, each classic race is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Elle, Sei, Spei. They're going to do everything in their power to emerge victorious in this race. But I will not allow them to pass me.
負けられない。
For far greater shadow looms, further down the path I tread. The seconds are ticking down to the day of the Japanese Derby.
ご機嫌はいかがですか？今日も
It is time for a break, hatchlings. We'll be back very shortly, and we'll see how far we can get with Grass Wonder before the end of the day. Until then, I love you. I miss you. Sit tight.
準備はでき
And we're back. Ah,
準備はでき
my spine and assorted body parts. How's everybody doing? Still more frontrunner skills for some reason. Professor of Curvature is an important one. We gotta do the friendship training. Thank you, Quartz. I will in fact stretch.
今の私には勢いがありますし、レースでも追い風に帆を上げ
Race
て
day, huh?
勝利をいた。
What can I learn? Kind of want Professor Curvature. Slick Surge. Slightly increased acceleration, light race. Slightly increased ability to fight back. I could slow down the pace chasers. Ooh, decreasing the velocity of runners ahead when positioned towards the back light race is good. Let's do that one. I like the idea of slowing everybody else down. I hope that it works. If she wins this, she gets 20,000 extra fans. And that will be very good. There. My preparations are complete. Trainer, do you have any concerns? I was just thinking how you have so many rivals. Yes, that's true. Every one of them possesses great speed and strength. But I will push past all of them. That's all there is to it. If I don't, defeating the beast will forever be out of reach. It's almost time. I must be on my way. I'm so nervous. Are you alright, Spay? Try taking a few deep breaths. I'll try. That's right, Spay. Now let it out slowly. Yeesh, with all these big names around, I doubt there'll be much chance for me to shine. So yeah, I'm just gonna coast on through, don't mind me. Oh, really? But alas, as much as I'd love to grant that request, I'm not sure I can ignore someone whose eyes are screaming, I'm gonna win. Oops, should've worn my shades. Grass! Today let's have the ultimate race. We gotta show our fans the race they've been dying to see. I can already see my victory celebration. Passion, applause, the crowd goes wild. Are you sure that's how it will turn out? The Japanese Derby is here at last. Number 6, Grass Wonder is the 6th favorite. Let's see. I'm gonna check out something real quick. I need... There we go. Perfect. Now the commentators will be women. I'm wondering how this is going to go.
今スタートが切られました。各ウマ娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
アイネス風神と声優スカイ、この二人が競り
There you
合
go.
う
You for one hope the Horse Angela wins.
アイネス風神会長に飛ばしていきます。さあ、花に立ったのは
I could have done without that.
このままリードすることができるか。1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かう長丁場のこのレースですが、星雲スカイ早くも先頭に躍り出た。続きましたアイネス風神、3番手に7番エルコンドルパサー、追走外を回ります。18番内
She's number 7. She's leading the late surgers. That's pretty good.
さらに3番その外並んでレーシングフラッシュ、さらにはウイニングチケット、少し離れて2番差がなくスペシャ 内目をつきましては5番そのうち並んで1番そしてその外から行ったのは13番後方2番手に10番2コーナー回って向こう正面
We like horses and we like spiders. Why not combine them?
後方の馬娘が差し返せるのか気になる。
Why not combine them with girls? So we have Umamusume. Horsantular girls. If we're creating monsters, why not go all out? Alright, we're going into the last... Come on, Grass Wonder. It's time for you to put your all into it. There she goes. Hell yeah. Come on. You can do it. Yes. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Oh, she's in third. Damn. She looks sad though, which lacked the guts to sustain her run. Okay. I don't think I'm doing well by her. After the Jersey Derby sputter. Despite struggling against formidable rivals, Grass Wonder manages to land a respectable place in the Japanese Derby. Might as well just put her out to pasture. We're gonna do this real quick. It's a record we should be proud of, and yet this wasn't enough. How can I be satisfied if I'm not at the top of my generation? We'll have to keep training hard. Absolutely, we must. Grass! Oh, hell. This ain't over yet. We might have duked it out at the prestigious Derby. But even then, you're running. It was... Grass. I'm running in the Japan Cup next. It's the only G1 in Japan that gets so many foreign racers, and I swore that I'm going to prove that I'm the world's strongest. So you better be there too. At the Japan Cup? See, you have to. You have to let me face you one more time. Do you want to run in the Japan Cup? El Condor Pasa is also a horse in JoJo? Let me look this up. Ridden by Mrs. Robinson. A racer in the Steel Ball Run. Written by Mrs. Robinson, who is a guy. That's pretty gay. Horse racing is absolutely having its moment. Do you want to run in the Japan Cup? I never considered it, honestly. When thinking of gaining experience in the classics, the conventional course would lead me to the Kikasho. That or perhaps the Autumn Tennis Show, taking my strengths into consideration. Really, from where I'm standing, UNL facing off in the Japan Cup would be gnarly. Morrison. Hey, nice race. That was some rad running out there. Like, I totes flipped out. Who'd have thunk you cuties could compete with such fiery passion? Here's to you, Mrs. Robinson. Jesus loves you more than you could know. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, I get it. So you were watching then? Yep, because the thing is, I've had my eye on that El Condor Pasagal for a little while now. You don't say. I mean, isn't she adorable? The way she puts herself out there with her heart on the sleeve. You know, I almost think Elle might be more of a beast successor than you. Oh, crap. I forgot I was in the middle of something. I know, lesbians, right? Bye, Grass. I'm looking forward to your next race. Wow. After Mars against he leaves. Hey, Jet. Grass Wonder falls very silent. Later on our way back, I was being irresolute earlier. I'm sorry. But now my heart is set. Trainer, please enter me in the Japan Cup. Are you sure? I am. How can I beat Marazin if I'm not even fast enough to be her successor? I have to prove my beastly strength once and for all. As she stands firm under the evening glow, Grass Wonder's eyes are alight with steely determination. Our goal is now set to run in the Japan Cup. You just wait, Grass. This next one's gonna be mine, I swear it. Next time it'll be my silhouette you're chasing. No matter who it is you might be fixated on now. I haven't read any of the JoJo manga. Alright, we're gonna take a short break from this because, whoops, I have found what I think is the Umamusume Legend live performance. We're gonna find out. All right, are you ready? I'm not sure this is it. No, this is it. It's very cute seeing these girls dressed up like Umas. It could be us. I know, right? Incredible. So good. Nope. Ah, yes. I loved live performances. I wish I could see more of them. Let's see. What book review should I do today? You know what? We're going to do an old book. I saved it in the wrong place. That's fine. Perfect. Okay. I still have the game volume going. Okay, so today's book review is about an older book by a man named Lloyd Alexander. The Book of Three. Now, the Book of Three is the first of a series called the Chronicles of Prydain. These books follow a young man named Taran who was abandoned as a child. His parentage is unknown. As far as he knows, he's an orphan. He grows up in a place called Caer Dallben. And Caer is basically I think it's a Welsh word that refers to some place's holdings. It's also in... Oh, it means a fortress. Which it's ironically named because Caer Dallben is a farm. It's a farmhouse. And it's owned by a man named Dallben, who is an enchanter of some renown, who is known for possessing an item called the Book of Three, which is a book which contains prophecies about the world and writings about its truth and all manner of things like that. In this first book, Taran ends up setting out to... Well, no. In this first book, Taran, who is assistant pig keeper, he takes care of an oracular pig known as Henwin, who's a white pig who can tell the future using word sticks, who, frightened by something, the local presence of a warlord known as the Horned King who is passing through, flees into the woods. Taran sets out after her, finds himself entangled with Gwydion, son of Dawn, who is the prince of the entire kingdom, second only to the High King Math, son of Mathenwy. And it sets off a whirlwind adventure where he ends up captured by a sorceress known as Akron, meeting the Princess Islandwe, who becomes a love interest over time, finding a hairy little creature named Gorgie, who is his friend, very Gollum-like. And this book was written after Lord of the Rings, so Akron spelled like that. And also falling in with a king-turned-bard wannabe known as Fluter Flam. These books are heavily influenced by Gaelic and Welsh mythology. It's not one for one, but it's heavily inspired. And the series is most famous for its second book, The Black Cauldron, which you've most likely seen as a Disney movie, actually. I'll show you that one now. There you go, The Black Cauldron, which is, yeah, that's Taran in the front, and then Islandwe and Henwin behind him, and then down here, this little furry thing is Gorgie. I don't know what's happening with the things flying around him. As you could assume from a Celtic mythos inspired story, there are the Fae, but they're not little tiny people. They're people size, like humanoid. They're a little shorter, but they're not like tiny. But they live in hiding and they have magical powers and they do enchanted stuff that exceeds the capabilities of man. The overall flavor of the world is that Prydain is in decline because a dark power known as Anuvan has taken over. I think that's not Anuvan. Aran, who is the Lord of Anuvan, the leader of, or the land of the dead, is trying to basically conquer everything, because that's what Dark Lords do. They conquer everything, you know. And, yeah. Definitely pick it up if you haven't read it by now. It's a much older book. It was published in the 60s or the 50s. I think it was in the 60s, and Lord of the Rings was in the 50s. It's worth it, though. It's well written. It's pretty good for its time. The dynamic between Taran and Islandwe is very tsundere. They are both kind of little brats at each other for a long time, and she's constantly giving him shit. And but it's very interesting, and it's very clearly inspired by old mythological tales, fairy tales sort of style and content. Absolutely worth it, though. All right. Back to Grass Wonder. What are we doing here? Gotta rest. I've got to get her... I gotta get her guts up. Because they're too low. Today is the first day of the summer camp, a period of intensive race training. Trainer, please listen closely. Can you hear them? The waves in the distance. Not only is the sound relaxing, but the breeze helps to escape the heat. Perfect for training. Very much so. Those who conquer summer emerge victorious in fall. Our path to the Japan Cup has already begun. I'll be relying on your guidance. Alright, we're gonna have to do guts again. It seems that Grass Wonder has gotten a hint. Very good. Can we... rely on that? 19%. I can't risk it. Let's go to guts again. I'm in the camp lodge, getting some work done while the racers are out on break. Oh no, I'm sorry, Zark. I know you've been sharing the F1 Uma crossover videos you've been finding. Thank you for the head pats. I'm in the camp lodge getting some work done while the racers are out on break. I see you're hard at work, trainer. Are those all adjustments to my regimen? Yep, it's important to make the best out of the season. I appreciate your consideration. By the way, are you staying hydrated? Would you like a glass of sweetened barley tea? I know what you're thinking. Sugar and barley tea? Surprising, I know, but it works well. Please have some and we can relax for... Relax? Nuh-uh! Not when you and I have a score to settle, Grass. Oh, El, what has gotten into you all of a sudden? The power of El Sol. The crashing waves onto La Playa. They call to me. In other words, your excitement has bubbled over and you want me to help you burn off the excess energy? That's one way to put it. Let's do this, Grass. A fight. A competition. I need some kind of challenge. But this is so sudden. Grass Wonder's smile seems forced, but this is a chance to face a rival who will be racing against her in the Japan Cup. She might learn something useful. With that in mind, how about a game of beach flags? How about a battle of endurance? So, if I understand you correctly, there's a challenge to eat piping hot food with the AC off? Trainer, that's a death wish. I guess you don't know. Grass might not look it, but she hates the heat. Like right before bed when it's super humid and hot, sometimes her tummy... L. Huh? Is it just me or did it suddenly get kinda chilly? Thank you for the wonderful suggestion, trainer. However, we are Umamusume. We settle things with our legs. Therefore, why don't we have a race, L? It'll help you work off all that excess energy. Yeah! All in all, getting to run alongside El Condor Pasa seems to have been a fruitful experience for Grass Wonder. Later that night, I returned to the beach to find... I went a bit overboard this afternoon. I'm gonna be sore tomorrow. You did great, El Condor Pasa. Ah! Grass's trainer. Buenas noches. Gracias for the suggestion earlier. It was the release I really needed. But I think I ran my tank too dry. You and Grass seem like good friends. Haha, do we? I tell you though, back when we first met, I thought she was a snooze fest and a half. It was during the entrance exam for Tracen Academy. First, we all had a once-over to gauge our potential. Then it was time to race. But me, I was bored out of my mind. I know it's just the entrance exam, but I thought Tracen Academy would be more, I don't know, challenging? Like, more passion, more flair, more kaboom! That's what I'm after. Excuse me, might you be El Condor Pasa by any chance? Okay. Yep, that's me. You and I have been assigned to the same racing block. My name is Grass Wonder. Even chance meetings are predetermined. May we both have a fruitful race. I'll see you on the track. Uh-huh, ditto. And that was all. Can you believe it? We were right before a race, a big one with our careers on the line. But she's all lackadaisy and smiling. Where's the fire? Where's the drive? Talk about a letdown. Why do I gotta run with this snooze fest, you know? But then... Fly! Soar! Into the sky! Wow, look how long her stride is. She did crazy good on the other test too, but this is on a whole nother level. She's not the only one. Huh? What do you mean? Weren't you paying attention in the fitness test? The one who really put us all to shame was... Huh? Oh. Yeah. I could tell she was different. Her form, her aura, her guts. Grass was nothing like the rest. During the race, I'd get the lead, she'd take it, then me again, back and forth, finally ending in a tie. It was my first taste of it, the burning desire beneath that mellow grin. I was shaking in my cleats. That's what I knew. Knew what? Huh? That if I want to prove myself the world's strongest racer, I've got to beat Grass Wonder at her best. I'm going to take her down head on when she's given it her all. And then everyone will see that no one's faster than the one, the only, El Condor Pasa. I can see the determination burning in El Condor Pasa's eyes. It's gotta be me. I swear I'll have those gentle blue eyes boiling as she watches me tear down the turf. El? Oops, I said a little too much there. I'll fill you in later after the starting gate opens. Adios, till the Japan Cup. And with that, El Condor Pasa runs like the wind into the night. Good, my guts needed to go up. Let's see. Let's get that speed up. Each day was jam-packed with activity, yet somehow it feels like summer camp went by in the blink of an eye. Come on, Grass. Race you to the bus. Yes, I'm on my way. What in the heavens has gotten into her? She's been pestering me so much lately. Maybe she's excited for the upcoming race. Ah, yes. The Japan Cup. I suppose that's fair. While you may not see me hollering wildly about the flames of passion, I too have no intention of surrendering the lead to anyone. Not until I reach the destination I seek. Good. I need... She won't be good there. I need to get 5,575. So let's see if I can't blow away most of those right here. I don't like how far out she is from the inside, but we'll...
芝1800ローズステークス18人のウマ娘たちが挑みます。3番人気にはガイバスターレット、2番人気を紹介しましょう。ウオッカ、威風堂々とスタートを待つのはこのウマ娘。本日の1番人気グラスワンダー。
私が一番期待しているウマ娘、気合い入れてほしいですね。
ゲートイン完了。
Come on, sweetheart. I really do hope she wins.
今スタートが切られました。各ウマ娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
先行争いは桜爆心王、ガイバスターレット、15番期待通りの結果を。
Again, she's a late surger, so it's fine that she's in 8 at this point in the race.
続いて桜爆心王、早くも激しい競り合い。さらに15番、4番手西のフラワー。
Just as long as she
少し後ろから5番内から4番外を通りましてグラスワンダー3番内から行く
pulls ahead at the end,
こ
right?
れを見るようにシアマゾン少し離れて6番その外並んで12番さらにその外からは18番10番並んできた。そしてその外を回って17番内から行く1番2番最高峰だ。意気揚々と先頭行きます。桜爆心王どうでしょう。この
Some random
かかり気味かもしれないです。
procedurally generated one is in first place.
現在1番手は桜
Which is
爆
funny.
心王。第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
内から来るか外から来るか最後の局面です。
まだ1馬身以上の差があるとここから捉えることが
Alright,
できる。
now
この直線で勝負が決まると
once it passes that, okay, she should be pushing now. She's falling behind instead. Come on, Grass. That's good. That'll help. Come on. I know you can do this. Hell yes. Oh yeah. Come on. You need first. Yes. Yes. Perfect. Exactly what I needed. Ooh, indeed. Perfect. Plus 8,382. Thank you, Jet. I will hydrate. Whew. I managed to come in first place. Well done. Yes, but this win is nothing special. It's merely the natural consequences of our daily efforts. I'll stretch too. Our training must continue, and we should not grow complacent. Let's train even harder. Yes, one must wear one's helm most firmly in the moment of victory, as the saying goes. So please remain vigilant as you guide me forward. Are all the characters from Japan or all over the world? Most of them are from Japan. There are a couple that are horses that were imported to Japan or bred from horses from other places. Like Taiki Shuttle is from America. She's descended from an American horse. El Condor Pasa, I don't know where she's from. She's named like she's from Spain or a Spanish-speaking country. I'm looking it up. An American-bred, Japanese-trained thoroughbred. Okay, so El Condor Pasa was also from the U.S. for some reason. I don't know why. Any Italian horses? I don't know. Yes, actually. Tony Bianca is an Umamusume from Italy, but I don't know if she's in the game. She's Air Groove's parent, apparently. Air Groove, winning ticket. She's grandparent to Tosin Jordan, Admiral Vega. Welcome back, Yase. I saw what you did, by the way. Thank you very much. Really putting the pressure on me. For those of you who don't know, my Patreon is live. So, if you're interested, it's on there. The top tier has a limited number of participants, and one of them is already taken up. So, yeah. No rush. No pressure. Link? Do I still have it? Nope. I think, there we go. Thank you, Yase. Alright.
ご機嫌はいかが。
What else do I want to train at? I definitely need more power. I need more guts too, though.
頑張りますね。
I hand a newly delivered fan letter to Grass Wonder.
あら、
Oh, I recognize the name on this one. So they were nice enough to write me again. They're always so proper with their salutations and sign-offs. And that caught your eye?
はい。
Yes, they're quite formal for fan letters, but they're always so touching. Not to mention carefully crafted. I can see the improvement in their handwriting with each one. They've even started being creative, incorporating seasonal themes and sometimes writing haikus.
風流ですね。
Each letter they write demonstrates how in tune they are with my interests.
感謝いたし
It
ま
warms
す。
my heart. I can tell how much this fan wants to make Grass Wonder happy.
ええ、
It's not just this fan either. I've received a number of letters illustrating aspects of Japanese culture or explaining unique regional traditions. When I receive letters like these from people around the country, it makes me feel like you don't want to let them down?
頑張りますね。
Yes, that's right. It makes losing even less of an option. Where is Grass Wonder from? Grass Wonder, Gurasu Wanda. Born in America. Alright, so Grass Wonder is also an American horse. There's a surprising number of American horses running around. A fire quietly blazes in Grass Wonder's eyes.
必ず。
Through thick and thin, I'll remain committed. I'll be relying on your dedication as well. Looks like the fan support has boosted Grass Wonder's spirits. Need those skill
この
points.
程度の疲労、なんということ。
We can get Triumphant Pulse. Straightaway recovery. We can increase the fatigue for all the pace chasers. Let's get straightaway recovery. It's going to help her out a lot.
疲れているみたいです。
And then rest. I hate that she's sleep deprived. But here we are.
なんだか力が溢れていて。
No conditions. Good. Alright. It's race time. I hope she can win. She may be outclassed. That's not great. I'm not happy about that. At last, the Japan Cup is here. We arrive at the track in the morning, focused and ready. Ah, Grass Wonder and her trainer. Good morning.
おはようございます。
Oh, good morning. Have you come to watch my race once again? Of course. I wouldn't dream of missing the Beast's successor. Oh, that reminds me. Have you two seen the article everyone's been talking about online? Which one, if I may ask? After a few quick taps, the reporter holds up a screen to show a news site known for its Arima Kinen predictions. Everyone knows the Arima Kinen is one of the biggest races. Only the best classic and senior year Umamusume are voted in. Take a look at their predictions on who will run this year. Oh my. Both Marzin and myself are on this list. The Arima Kinen. Grass Wonder has spent her classic year building up experience specifically to challenge Marazinski. This might be Grass's big chance to race her. Marazinski and I on the same track at the Arima Kinen? That would be an honor. Yeah, it's because of Marazinski that you've been gathering so much attention. Personally, I can't wait. Of course, I'm excited to see how you do today as well. Do your best out there. I hope she wins. It's almost time. Everything is ready, shall we?
え、
Yes, let's be on our way. Grass! If it isn't Elle, did you come here to get me? See, I've come to be your guide. I've got a race to win here, and it's going to be flashy. Grass Wonder, enter the ring.
あらら。
The ring? Are you sure we're going to the same place? I'm headed to the track to take the title of Beast's successor
必ず。
and leave it in the dust. Leave it, eh? Whatever you say. Now come on, Grass, to the paddock.
え、
Yes, trainer, I should be off.
さ 3番グラスワンダー
Alright.
人気です。
ちょっと厳しいメンバー
I
戦
am
闘を期待したいですね。道
concerned.
中のペース配分に気をつけたいですね。メンタル面
I
の
should be
節制が
fast
欲
enough
しい
and
です。
powerful enough.
17番人気17番
Oh.
ここは負けられない1番人気2番エルコンドルパサー2番エルコンドルパサー
I'm concerned about El Condor Pasa. She's the only one. I don't remember where I have to place in this, but we'll see. Okay, so I'm the
それでは
third stall out.
世界のウマ娘が栄光を求めジャパンカップの府中に集う
Umamusume from around the world gather here in Fuchu for the Japan Cup.
1番人気はエルコンドルパサー
I'm
続く
excited.
2番人気はシンボリルドルフ注目
The one thing I
の
can see happening is your current wet's making it hard to break through
ゲ
using late
私が一
surgery.
番期待している馬
Yeah,
気合い入
like
れてほしいですね。
ートイン完了出走の準備が整いました
I hope so. I clearly haven't been working on guts or wits enough.
各ウマ娘綺麗なスタートを切りました
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いは18番、12番、4番期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気エルコンドルパサー長丁場のこのレースですが12番早くも先頭に躍り出た1コーナーから
El Condor Pasa's stats are so good across the board, it's
先頭は12番単身で飛ばしていきます
kind of
2番
obnoxious.
人気で先頭を伺うのは18番4馬身離れて16番4番4番手それを見るように
She's very
そのうち
balanced.
エルコンドルパサーそして1番大きく離れてレーシンフラッシュ少し後ろから6番少し離れてスペシャルウィーク内グラスワンダーウイニングチケット並びかけてきたその外並んでシンボリルドルフ1馬身離れて9番
Better speed and power, and that's what matters as long as I don't get unlucky.
後方2番手に動く
I didn't get a late start,
第
so
2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入った先頭がやや早いのか間延びした展開です
仕掛けどころの
El Condor Pasa
難しいレースになり
isn't
そうですね。
at the
順位を
lead.
振り返っていきます12番
She's behind Ugri, Cap, and others. So that's something.
さらにはオグリキャップあとは1番その後ろに4番外から行くエルコンドルパサー内を回りますシンボリルドルフさらにレーシンフラッシュその後ろウイニングチケットそしてその後方には10番外にはスペシャルウィーク後から9番残り1000メートルを通過内から行く6番差がなくグラスワンダーそしてその外から行ったのはウォッカそして内目をつきましては14番17番最高峰だ意気揚々と先頭行きます16番どうでしょうこの展開
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。
Alright.
息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
It's time.
4コーナーへオグリキャップここで抜け出したまだ先頭は動かない果たして抜け出すのは誰だグラスワンダーここから仕掛けどころだ最終コーナーを曲がって最初に立ち上がったのはオグリキャップ
Hell yeah, she tethered everyone down.
エルコンドルパサー先頭に変わった
Tether and focus mine.
グラスワンダー行きました
Come on.
先頭を目指して
Home stretch haste.
飛び込んできたグラスワンダーグラスワンダー
Oh.
追いすがるシンボリルドルフ並びかけてたのはシンボリルドルフ
Push it, push it, push it, push it.
エルコンドルパサー追いすがるシンボリルドルフ2人もつれたままゴールインやったぞシンボリルドルフ
まだまだ精進せない
Third.
ですね
She is. Yeah, she got super stuck in the pack. Pathetic. That's all there is to say. But I haven't the time to be discouraged with myself. For now, I must improve.
オーナーさん
And so I ask you, trainer,
お願いい
please,
たします
take me to the Arima Kinen. Arrange it so that I may face her at the illustrious Nakayama racecourse. It's time to challenge Marazinski. Yes, that's been my intention since I started on this path. Determination. I cannot turn my back on that promise.
必ず
I will prove my worth as Marazin's successor, and then I will overtake her as the true beast. Only then will... Oh? Is something wrong?
いえ
No, but I thought I heard... L? Why is she upset?
あら
Ah, L. I wonder what's wrong. Normally we'd be hearing her laughter from miles away by now. I think back on how tenacious El Condor Pasa appeared during summer camp. It's gotta be me. I have to be the one her eyes are following on the track. The one she glares at with such fire. For Grass Wonder, everything is just a stepping stone on the path to Marazinski. From El Condor's boss's point of view, that must be...
どうかしました
Now
か
you're acting strange too. Is something the matter? No, it's nothing. Holy shit, Aishin Flask got released to Global? Excellent. This is an extremely important time for Grass Wonder. After all the work she's been putting in, telling her now might throw her off pace. Does that require a Steam update? I don't see a news thing on it. So I keep my mouth shut. Skill points went up by 54. One turn! Whew. You're looking good. I should hope so. I strive to remain calm and attentive, yet I can feel the adrenaline building. The Arima Keenan is right in front of me. The voting results came in the other day, securing Grass Wonder's chance to run in the Arima Keenan. Of course, Marazinski is on the list of participants as well. Grass's long-awaited battle with the beast is finally here. At least that's what we thought. What?
そんな
Marazinski is withdrawing from the Arima Keenan. Yes, it seems she hurt herself during training. And that's not all. It looks like she was planning for the Arima Keenan to be her final send-off before moving on to the Dream Trophy League. So you're saying I won't have a chance to face her in the Twinkle series. It looks to be that way, and what a shame it is too. I was so excited to see the Beast and her successor go head-to-head. I was all set to write the article for the ages covering it. We had planned to discuss our strategy to beat Marazinski today, but so much for that. So my goal is forever out of reach. Grass Wonder's words come out as a barely audible whisper. I've never heard her sound so broken. The chance to overcome the beast, to break away from her looming shadow. That chance will never come again. Grass. Oh well. We haven't the time to sulk, trainer. The starting gates will open regardless of who's in them. We must be prepared for the Arima Keenan, yes? So I think I need to go for a run. Wait, Grass! But Grass Wonder doesn't even look back as she takes off at full speed. Grass Wonder is tough. Too tough to let herself cry where I can see her. She needs her time alone. I understand that, but still, I hate being so powerless. And then suddenly...
こんにちは
Excuse me, is Grass here by any chance?
あら
Oh, it looks like it's just you right now, trainer. Marazinski? What's kicking? Is what I'd usually say, but I guess this is no time for pleasantries.
ごめん
I'm
ね
sorry about the Arima Keenan. I know how hard you and Grass have been working to get ready for it. I'm deeply sorry I won't be able to run. That's all I've come to say. Her injury was an accident, I'm sure. She isn't to blame. But when I consider how much this meant to Grass Wonder, I can't help but feel horribly let down. Is there any chance you'll stay in the Twinkle series?
そうね
Unfortunately, I'm afraid not. I made up my mind to go to the Dream Trophy series a long time ago. Besides?
ね
The only reason you want me to stay is for Grass, right? You want the two of us to race, don't you?
うん
But if you ask me, now isn't the right time. How so? Grass and I shouldn't go head-to-head just yet. When I saw the Japan Cup, I just knew. Japan Cup, whatever. Knew what? That's my little secret.
でも
But hey, Grass will be fine, just peachy. After all, there's one important thing she's always had tons and tons of. Something I never had, no matter how I long for it.
早く走りた
I wonder what she's talking about. Let's get that speed training. As I'm walking down the hall, I hear Grass Wonder's voice. Oh no!
出します
Coming from the infirmary. Thank you for the medicine. I'll take my leave now.
トレーナーさん
Oh, trainer. Are you under the weather?
いえ
No, I'm fine. Just a little headache. It's no big... Dear me, it seems this medicine might take a while to kick in. Grass Wonder seems to be having trouble with headaches. It may be a good idea to take it easy on her for a little while. Well, beans.
目標に向けての挑戦
I can't take it easy on her. It's a race
ま
day.
したね
Get that girl some naproxen sodium. For real. That's a leave, right? The Umamusume is here, but Marazinski is not. I see just a flicker of hesitation in Grass Wonder's eyes, and then she's back to acting her prim, practiced self. It's the only thing that works on your migraines? I'm so glad I don't have migraines.
Hi.
Well, now that all the preparations are complete, it's about time. I glance at her feet and notice she has her training shoes on. Shouldn't you change into your racing cleats? Ah, my apologies. I'll put them on right away. Without Marazinski's footsteps to follow, Grass Wonder looks unsure where to go. That's not great. Even so, the crowd roars, for the gates must open and the Umamusume must go on. Yo, Grass. Hello there, Say. How are you feeling? Decent, I guess. Same old, same old. So you're in peak condition then. I'll keep my guard up. Hey, Grass, what is it? Nah, forget it. See you on the track. I should be off as well. My Little Pony, what is it that ails you? Interesting.
ちょっと厳しいメンバーです。
Alright.
健闘を期待したいですね。
I am hoping she really needs a win. Interesting that El Condor Pasa isn't here.
それではいざ。
年末の中山。
Come on.
さあゲートが開いた。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈
So
に
far,
なりそうですね。
looks like a good start.
先頭争いはセイウンスカイ7番2番。先頭はセイウンスカイ単身で飛ばしていきます。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは7番。まもなく第4コーナーカーブセイウンスカイ快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのはセイウンスカイ。このままリードすることができるか。続きました2番セイウンスカイ。落ち着かない様子。先頭がやや速いのか隊列は縦長になっています。
仕掛けどころの難しいレースになりそうですね。
1周目の直線スタンドの大歓声に迎えられながら馬娘たちが走り抜ける。そしてここで先頭は2番鈴木
Right behind Symboli Rudolph.
セイウンスカイ4番手に4番1馬審査1番差がなく前のトップダウン内の方から8番その後ダイワスターレット1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かう順位を振り返っていきます。現在1番手は7番
Oh, now she's in front of Symboli Rudolph.
セイウンスカイ4番手4番前のトップダウン続いている。内には1番その後ろに8番1馬身離れてダイワスターレット内を回ります。グラスワンダーそれを見るようにシンボリルドルフ内から9番少し後ろからナイスネイチャーそして
Right in the middle of the late surgers, which is a good place to be. Goldship back there.
シンガリだ7番先頭をキープ。これは面白い展開だ。このまま進みますか。
これは大胆な作戦。完全に予想外でした。
残り1000メートルを通過。向こう上面に入って先頭からシンガリまでおよそ11馬身。7番まだリードをキープしています。2番手に外からセイウンスカイ4番並んでくる。その後ろ2番前のトップダウン
Alright, now it should be time.
1番さらに外グラスワンダー少し離れて8番
There we go.
ダイワスターレット後から9
Wow.
番そしてその内を回ってシンボリルドルフ第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
内から来るか外から来るか最後の局面です。
前のトップダウン
Look at that.
まだ先頭は動かない。
She's already in the lead.
勝負になるか。中山の直線は短いぞ。後ろの子たちは間に合うか。グラスワンダーここから一気に過ぎるか。
Hell yes.
足色は衰えない。
I love that home stretch haste kick at the end.
前のトップが追いすがる。先頭はグラスワンダー変わらない。強さを見せつけてグラス
Even without her rival there, she blew it out of the water.
馬娘はいるのか。夢のグランプリを制したのはグラスワンダー。年末最後の大一番を制し
勝利の舞ですよ。
Hell yeah. Grass Wonder performs very well at the Umamusume. Yeah, you ran like a champ today, Grass Wonder. You really are the beast successor. I'm sure Marazinski's watching you like a hawk. I'm back. That was a great race, Grass. Thank you for the kind words. Still, I can't help but feel like it wasn't enough. This race should have been more. I see how it is.
あら
Oh, say?
ごめん。
Man, hearing that kind of stings, seeing as I pretty much gave it up my all just now. Huh? It sucks losing to someone who didn't even consider me worth racing. But it is what it is. Guess I wasn't good enough. Well, later then.
あの
Say. What was that? Grass, you... She's upsetting everyone. They're all jealous. They all want to be her rival. It's very sapphic of them. Happy New Year, trainer. Now that we've washed our hands, we can go to offer our prayers. I get in line with Grass Wonder, and before long, our turn arrives. Now what to pray for? Pray that she sharpens her running form. Sharper running, is it? Interesting. It's true, I'm now entering my senior year. I'll be up against all the best racers from here on. So I must hone my skills to a razor's edge. I'll be counting on you, trainer. Now that we have made our prayers, we should be heading back to the academy for training. But since it's a holiday, why don't we take our time? It would be a waste not to fully take in the celebration. Let's be off, trainer. The two of us take a stroll through the grounds of the shrine, replete with the festive mood of New Year's. Except, for some reason, Grass Wonder seems strangely distracted the entire time. Are you okay, Grass? Huh? Oh. Pardon me. I believe I fell into a New Year's daze. How careless of me. Why don't we begin with the usual warm-up? That's when she appears. A gust of wind. Her signature red. The swift phantom bird has landed on the field of battle. It's the world's strongest racer, El Condor Pasa, in the house! El? What are you doing here? Behind her calm smile burns the spirit of a warrior. In the eye of the flaming whirlwind, the turf is set aflame. The world is shaken by a deep blue of unknown. Grass Wonder, to the ring. Is this another challenge? Listen, Nell, I already have plans for today. Oh, you scared, huh? Think you're gonna relive that shame you felt at the Arima Keenan? Huh? I saw the whole thing, Grass. Your contienda against Sei. And it bored me till I was pulling at my hair. My Corazon and Alamo were left utterly unmoved. Your race was so lacking in heat, I almost caught a cold. You don't understand a thing, El. To be refused the opportunity to even compete, denied the chance to claim the beast's name. Look at me, Grass. I am the phantom bird, rapida like lightning, the strongest in the world. The barrera gigante that blocks your path to the top. A wall you must clear at all costs if you want to reach your true destination. Just like Marazensky. Oh. Being refused the beast title? What kind of nonsense is that? Your objective, the prize you had your eye on this whole time, was it nothing more than a name? Forget it. You're not invited to the ring. If I face you when you're like this, it'll just kill the fire inside me too. Adios. Wow, that's rough. After El Condor Pascal leaves, Grass Wonder stands unmoving as if frozen in place. There's no approaching her like this. The air practically crackles around her as she stands there in silence until, as if shot out from a cannon, she dashes up to me. Trainer, do you still have the paper where I wrote to you my promise? Her voice is soft, but it's impossible to miss the flames blazing just beneath the surface. If she means the calligraphy paper with determination written on it, then of course I have it. Would you please hand it to me, right now? Chills run down my spine. I pull out the paper as fast as I can. Snatching it out of my grasp, Grass Wonder holds up the beautifully written kanji and she shreds it in two. Determination. What a joke. Grass! I was a coward, too timid to keep walking along the path. Marzensky's shadow loomed too tall, too grand, and swallowed me whole. I became trapped by the name Beast. If I truly reach the pinnacle at the end of this path, titles will come naturally. I won't hesitate anymore. It's a new year, trainer, so allow me to renew my promise. Grass Wonder takes out a brush. Determination. No matter what walls stand in my way, I will not flinch before them. Never again until the day I reach the top. Trainer, I want to try running in the Takurazaka Kinen as my next race goal. Would that be acceptable? Takarazuka. Jeez. As with the Arima, entry is determined by public vote. What better stage to demonstrate my renewed determination? When I reach the top, everyone will be watching. Then it's settled. Yes. I apologize for having worried you. Get those skill points. Alright, I really need to bump my wits. And then my guts. One evening, while I'm walking through the shopping district with Grass Wonder, a raffle. Look at that lively crowd. Is there an event taking place? Step right up and try your luck with our New Year's raffle. This year's grand prize is a hot spring vacation for 2. First prize winners get a deluxe carrot hamburger steak. Second prize winners get a bushel of carrots. And third prize winners can take home a single carrot. I see. It's a raffle. Which reminds me, were you aware, trainer? It's said that raffles were originally conceived by the nobility long ago as a way to entertain themselves. They would have people draw strips of paper with letters on them and give out prizes like cloth and string. Aren't you well informed? How about giving it a go? Well, why not? I just happen to have a raffle ticket right here. Trainer, you wouldn't mind if I try just once, would you? Go get the grand prize. I'll do my best to not let you down. Grass Wonder firmly grasps the lever with both hands and gives the raffle machine a spin. A small plastic ball drops from the tumbler's opening. Would you looky here? You've won the third prize. Here's your carrot. Okay. I set my hopes too high, it seems. Then again, this might be just what I needed. I forgot to purchase carrots for tonight's salad at the supermarket earlier today, so the timing couldn't be better. True. You might have been wishing for a carrot the whole time and you just didn't know it. So you mean fate may have had a hand in this too? In that case, this could very well be my grand prize. That worked out nicely, Grass. It really did. Tonight's salad is going to taste that much better. Grass Wonder gains some hop in her step as we head back to the academy. Oh, good. I was going to do guts, but I can't pass up that many people on speed training. It's Valentine's Day. The students are running around excitedly giving out chocolates as symbols of gratitude and affection. Oh, so this is where you've been. I'm glad I found you. What's up? Today is Valentine's Day, so I brought a gift worthy of the occasion. I appreciate how hard you work for my sake. Would you accept this from me? I'm touched. I'm glad. Please go ahead. Which would you like to try first, the sweet one or the salty one? Wait, salty? Is it a carrot cake? I hope so. You'll see. How did you find the flavor? Japanese sweets seem surprisingly fitting for Valentine's Day. Not only are they filling, but decorating them with seasonal flowers creates a treat for the eyes as well. And a hint of salt adds a layer of flavor which sweetness alone cannot provide. I always associate Valentine's Day with chocolate, but now... did the taste not match your palate, perhaps? While I understand Japanese confectionaries aren't typically paired with Valentine's Day, I wanted to give you something special. Then I'd better come up with something for you too. Trainer, thank you. Those words are enough of a gift on their own. But if you truly intend on gifting me something in return, please find another kind of Japanese sweet. That way we can put together something more elaborate and enjoy it with a cup of tea. Another time spent like this would be wonderful. Oh yes! I love that. That's very good for me. 18%. I don't like that. Being well rested though, I do like that. Double friendship training. What next? Damn. I really do need to get my guts up. One day, as I'm walking down the hallway, doubling the Academy's equipment all for the sake of the Umamusume? Simply amazing! Agreed! Isn't it just? But that's only the beginning. Started running a... You got the hot spring ticket? Oh, so it's not fixed. Interesting. I didn't realize that the raffle results could be different from run to run. But that makes sense, right? Because the hot springs ticket is something that you use to improve certain things. Yeah, I've only gotten single carrots. And a packet of tissues. I hear voices coming from a nearby room and decide to take a peek. What the hot springs ticket does is a secret. Don't tell me. I want to find out on my own. I bet I'm going to love it. Declaration. I promise to turn this gym into an unparalleled center of sporting excellence. I will enlarge it by 10. No! 100 times. 100 times? Amazing! Simply amazing! Only the director of the esteemed Tracen Academy would undertake such a feat. How much space do you think we have? Shock! That Tazuna-esque interjection. Oh, it's you, Trainer Lady Arania. Apologies. I got carried away by the interview and completely forgot about the size of the Academy grounds. Oh dear, I'm at fault as well. I got a little carried away with the director's love for Umamusume. But the strength of that love is just a part of what makes her so amazing. Could I trouble you for a comment? From your perspective as a trainer, what's your opinion on the director? Anticipation. I would love to hear your opinion. I respect her a lot. Embarrassment. I feel rather bashful being praised so frankly. But I still have a great deal of room to grow. There's still much to be done for the Umamusume of the world. Therefore, please save the word respect for after I make the Ura finale a success. Inspirational! What a truly wonderful person the director is. The director's style of speaking is spreading. Even knowing she has the respect of her trainers, she refuses to compromise on her own improvement. Clearly, she has no intention of stopping until she provides a stage where Umamusume all over the world can shine. Simply amazing. I must write about this. Permission granted. As Tracen Academy spreads its influence throughout the globe, by all means, document our every move. And you, Trainer Lady Arania, let's do our utmost to help every Umamusume shine. Affirmative. Ah, the true spirit of Tracen Academy. This will make an amazing article. In the blink of an eye, I've gotten caught up in an international scoop. But I'm so inspired by the director's passion that I go back to training Grass Wonder with renewed enthusiasm. I'm glad her stamina went up. That's important. %? That's low enough. Ooh, inspiration! Fuck yes. This is a good time for inspiration, too. Stamina went up by 64? 64! That's so good. The day of the Fan Fest has arrived, and the entire area is jam-packed with people. Peeking through the crowd, I spot familiar faces by the gate. Reports of lost children are on the rise. Please be extra careful. If you don't know where to go, find an Umamusume. Just look for ears like these and a tail like this. Please let us know if there's anything else you require. This pose, it's so hard to keep up. I know. It's meant to be visually appealing, but it is rather awkward. I see you're taking your guide job seriously. Ah! I'm right here to help you. Don't be scared. Ah, dear. Calm down, Spay. You're not talking with a lost child. Huh? Wait, you're Grass's trainer? You aren't lost then? What a relief. What, big brother? Oh my. But this little girl actually does seem lost. Lost? Then it's our job to... Where'd she go? Grass! She went to help a little girl. Yes, I see. You became separated from your older brother, yes? Uh-huh. He ran off somewhere and now I can't find him. This way, madam. Your daughter's right over here. Mommy? Thank goodness. I was looking all around for you. Thank you both so much. And I believe someone else has something to say as well. She can stay lost for all I care.
あら
Goodness. You know your sister was calling for you this whole time. And she's a loud annoying brat and I wish she'd go away. Hey, don't talk about your sister like that.
決めました
I guess I'll just volunteer to take your place and become her big sister. What? I'd be so happy to have another cute little sister around. Big brother. Stop. Where do you think you're taking her? She's my sister. I guess someone wants to be a big brother now after all. She's absolutely so real for that. Fantastic strategy. 10 out of 10. Spilled water never returns. There's no erasing words once said. If there's something you hold dear, you should take proper actions to preserve it. Shame that little brat. We made up, okay? What more do you want? Just for you to run along and have fun together. You handled that perfectly. Oh, you flatter me. It's only proper to be a good role model for those younger than you. Though I must say, being strict for a child's sake does sting inside. You did good. I'll quietly accept your words of appreciation. Despite her conflicting feelings, Grasswander does an excellent job as a guide, staying firm, polite, and true to herself. I don't like that her energy went down.
疲れているみたいです準備はできて
Let's get that speed training going.
やってやりますかも
Ooh, energy recovered.
どんなメニューも張り切っていこう疲れているみたいです
Gotta rest. Damn.
さて
So, summer training starts in 2 turns. So I get 1 turn,
参りましょう
then the Takarazuka Kinen, and then summer training starts. Alright. Oh, I can't pass up double speed training.
入れていくよ
Let's see. Power training.
そろそろレースが始まり
Alright, I have a ridiculous amount of skill points. Triumphant Pulse is absolutely necessary. I want Slick Surge. Start getting Professor of Curvature? You're right. It's very good. It
目標に向けての調整もバッチリ決まりました
BIS
本
best
番
in
が待ち遠しい
show. Best in slot. Got it. I mean, it killed with Tachyon, so you're not wrong. The Takarazuka Kinen is finally here. I'm finally saying it correctly on the first try. It seems like a great many people have turned out to root for me today. And that reporter who often writes about me is among them. Go show them the new you. Yes, I am prepared. My determination and steadfast progress, I'll show them all what I can do. Ready to go, Grasswander leaves the waiting room beaming with energy. I'm so nervous.
よろしくお願いします
Spay, let's have a good race today. You're high rolling. You got 9 cuties in the claw machine? What are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about, Nope, I have no idea what you're talking about. What claw machine? Do you mean the gotcha with the trainees? Ah, Grass! I'm so glad I ran into you before the race. A hidden recreation minigame? Oh wow, Spay, you're stiff as a board. Remember, only those recognized and elected by the fans are able to run in the Takarazuka Kinen.
落ち着いていきましょう。
Plenty of people have come here to support you today, so why not take pride in that? Yeah, I do really appreciate their support. But with you and the others here, I feel like I'm so out of my league. Oh, it's that time already. We have to go. Yes, let's both go out there and give it our all. You can accomplish anything if you put your mind to it, but you'll accomplish nothing if you don't try. My path is set.
勝ちは十分に狙える3番人気
Alright.
3番グラスワンダー
3番人気ではありますが
Her speed
逆転の
is
能力を持っていますよ。
7番人気は9番エイシンクラッシュ8番人気は14番ゴールドシップ
her speed and power are
1番エアグルーヴ
so far ahead of everyone else.
3番人気
And she's in the third. Wow. I feel sorry for everybody. Her speed is more than twice the next person's down. That's kind of ridiculous. And I feel very sad for them.
今日に託されたファンの夢思いを力に変えて走るグランプリ宝塚記念このレース最も人気を集めているのはスペシャルウィーク1番人気です続く2番人気はエアグルーヴグランプリウマ娘グラスワンダー現在3番人気
Special Week is the first favorite.
火花散らすデッド
I understand why she's so stressed.
出走の準備
God,
が
Air
整い
Groove
ま
is
した
hot. Clarify as well, you only get 3 rounds of the claw machine. So you can imagine getting 9 plushies is really unlikely. Absolutely. Look at that, straight away recovery, right away.
このままリードすることができるか12番並んでくる12番18番2人の競り合いは続いている
ハイペースで流れる展開もありえますね。
先頭を行ったのは12番すぐに続いて18番1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます先頭から後方まで縦長の展開だ
Corner adapt, there we go.
現在1番手は12番続きました18番2馬身3馬身開いて AM オペラ王外には16番
We just left Air Groove behind.
2馬身離れて17番そしてその後方にはグラスワンダーそしてエアグルーヴ1馬身差メジロライアン向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ
Hedgehog Ryan is also very pretty.
依然として18番続いては12番外を回ります16番少し後ろから AM オペラ王1馬身離れてメジロマックイーンそれを見るように17番その後ろ
I want to dress like Teamapuro and Majora McQueen.
メジロライアン並びかけてきたそしてその外から行ったの
Teamapuro looks like
さらにスペシャルウィークその後ろから2番外を回る
Princess Peach.
内から10番後方2番
Yeah, I get it. Majora Ryan is also very pretty.
18番彼女の客室には合っていますね。
Alright, it's time.
勝負どころ最後の直線へとかけていきます。
Look at that. She decided she wanted to be out front, and that was it. Look at her go. Oh no. Aw. This is supposed to be one of the big races, and she won by, what, 10 lengths? Something ridiculous. A frankly absurd lead.
勝利の舞ですね。
It's the first time she's landed first in a while, and I'm so proud of her. Thanks, Jet. Oh, this is new.
ここで今輝きたい叶えたい未来へ走り出そう夢は続いてくライバルがいるほど頑張れるよいつか手にしたい真剣勝負の
Okay. That voice coming out of that face. It's funny seeing characters break down a bit when voice actors have to sing. No, I liked it, is the thing. I just found out that a soft butch with a high-pitched voice hits a note for me. Hell yeah, a new trophy. Yeah, I realized what I was saying too late, but it was good, so it's fine. It does something, like she was singing, that's absolutely true. There's just something about it that is good in ways that I didn't expect, and I wouldn't have said before. Oh, you tease me all you want. It's fine. That's what I'm here for. I say things that are silly and you're supposed to make fun of me. I'm a clown. That's the job. Wow, the Beast Successor killed it again. Her build and skills are pretty different from Marazinski's. But I don't know what it is, but she has a spark of something I can't keep my eyes off of. Yeah, you get it. With Marazinski gone, she might be the only one to bring some fire to the Twinkle series. I did say it. Wow. You're just keeping it going, huh, Rook? Grass Wonder, you were awesome in the Takarazuka Keenan. The way you powered straight to the goal was so cool. Dad, hey Dad, I want to come back and see the next race. Oh, I see. You're a full-blown fan of hers now, aren't you? Yeah, I love Grass Wonder. I can't wait to see how she's going to run next time. Grass Wonder, huh? I'm back, trainer. You did great, Grass. Thank you. Of course, I wouldn't claim it a perfect run, but I have no regrets to speak of. I demonstrated who I am at this moment in time. All I can do is press on and show who I will become. That's exactly it! Oh, hello there, Elle. I thought you might pay me a visit. Well, obviously. Of course I'd come to see your race. It would be funny if there wasn't a comma there. You did great, Grass? Yeah. Absolutely. And now I'm positively certain without a doubt. I can't take on the world if I don't beat you first, Grass Wonder. That's why I'm giving you an official challenge. Face me, Grass, at the Mainichi-Okan. The Mainichi-Okan? Isn't that a G2 race? I would have thought you'd pick something more grandiose. No, this year's Mainichi-Okan is special. The otherworldly frontrunner will be there. You know who that is, right? Silent Suzuka. Silent Suzuka? Silent Suzuka is an Umamusume who's a little older than Grass Wonder. She's got a distinctive runaway style where she takes a huge lead up front and doesn't let anyone catch up. She's the talk of the racing scene. Interesting. This could turn out to be a very important race. Right? The marvelous frontrunner, Silent Suzuka, the brazen blue ogre, Grass Wonder, and the world's strongest racer, me. The time, this fall. The place, Fuchu. The occasion, the Mainichi-Okan. You can't say no, Grass. That also would be funny without a comma. You can't say no grass. My eyes remain fixed on the top, without reservation, without digression. I am making my way forward step by step. Should something block my path, I will overcome it, no matter what or who it is. That includes you, El. Excelente! Well, no reason to stand here dawdling any longer. It's time to train, train, train. Adios! Wait a moment, El. Okay? I was taken aback during the moment, but who do you think you're calling an ogre, Ah, my tail! Oh! You deserve it! Grass, El, you both really are something else. Even today, I just... You raced well, Spei. Suzuka, what? You came today? Yes, I happened to be close by and remembered you were racing. Wow, thank you so much. But I didn't put up a very good show, did I? I didn't stand a chance against Grass out there. Oh, that reminds me. Is it true you're going to run in the Mainichi Okan? Yes, it's on my agenda. Why do you ask? I heard Grass and El talking about you. They're both aiming for the Mainichi Okan too. Is that so? I see. Suzuka? Oh, pardon me. After seeing how Grass raced today, I got a little excited. I wonder what new sights I'll see when I run with those two in my wake. I'm sorry to keep you. You must be tired. I'll get going then. See you at the dorm, Spei. Sure. See you then. Excited about what she'll see. Would she feel the same way if I was racing instead? Especially after today, I didn't put up much of a fight against Grass at all. It's interesting how central Spei's storyline has been for all this. She is so gay. Automod, my love. Automod adores you so much for some reason. But absolutely, like, Special Week just right behind Silent Suzuka the whole time, just... And they're all, like... They treat unrequited rivalry exactly like unrequited love, too. They're just like, you're my rival, and then... The other one's like, huh? What? Who are you? And they're like, oh. I'm going to my room forever. And it's like, okay. We've arrived at long last. Give me a minute to put my luggage in my room, then we can begin discussing. Yo, found you, Grass. Marzin, is your injury all better? Yep. Back to being the bomb. You're not doing half bad these days yourself, Grass. Why, thank you for the compliment. Almost wonder if she checks for the stream tags and sees... I don't know, like... Maybe. Why, thank you for the compliment. I have my sights set on a goal, so I must keep working hard until I reach it. Yep, I love that fire in your eyes. Well, gotta bounce. See you on the flip side. And off she goes. Marzin, she looms as large as ever. But you won't be overshadowed anymore. Very true. With that, Grass kicks off the summer camp stronger than she was last year. For real though. Should I do wits? I want to get slightly more reliable skill usage going. Guts, let's bump that over 200. Do wits again. Let's go do guts. Or stamina. Power? It was power. God, what am I talking about? Gone in a flash. I can hardly believe summer camp is over already. The Mainichi Okan is just a month away. Which means we can finally settle the score! Oh, Elle, I see you're as energetic as ever today. And you're as tranquila as ever. But, I know you reached a new level this summer. That's what I love to see. That's why we've got to do this. You got that? I'll be waiting for you at the Mainichi Okan. Until then, adios. I hate to put a damper on your dramatic exit, but I see you every day. We're going back home to the same exact dorm room, and we'll be sitting next to each other for the whole bus ride there. Come on, por favor. You're supposed to play along. And so my summer camp with Grass Wonder comes to a close. Stamina went up by 5. Okay, I'm not gonna read all that. Grass Wonder and I are out shopping for shoes when we run into Trainer Kiryuin and Happy Meek. Oh, if it isn't Trainer Lady Arania. Are you buying shoes as well? You too? Of course. After all, a first-rate Umamusume needs first-rate gear. I start looking through the shelves alongside an excited Trainer Kiryuin. Look, Meek, it's those new shoes from the magazine. Their performance is backed up by sports science and endorsed by top-level Umamusume. I see. But from a comfort perspective, the shoes next to them are the way to go. This model has excellent cushioning and reduces strain on the legs. Considering your running style, these may be the better choice. Right. Happy Meek nods. She opens her mouth as if to speak, but closes it again without saying anything. I realize she's staring at something and follow her gaze to another pair of shoes. If my hunch is correct... Right, I've made up my mind. Could you wait here, Meek? I'm just going to go pay. Alright. Shouldn't you tell her you want those shoes? No. It's alright. I'm happy with the shoes my trainer picked out for me. I know she's just thinking about what's best for me. She works really hard, you know. So it's fine. I just thought those shoes looked like baguettes, that's all. She'll be happier if you're honest with her. You really think so? I'm a trainer too, I know these things. Thank you. I'll go and tell her. She thought they looked like baguettes? Alright. I'm sorry, Meek. I got so caught up in doing what I thought was best, I didn't think to consider you. What's most important is that the shoes fit your desires. Asking you how you felt should have been the first thing I did. Trainer. Let's go back to the store and choose again, shall we? This time, together. Thank you for looking out for Meek, Trainer Lady Arania. I also want to say thank you. From now on, I'll tell my trainer what I want when we're choosing shoes. After seeing off Trainer Kiryuin, Grass Wonder and I pick out a pair of shoes that fit her preferences. Good. My voice always sounds different whenever I take the headphones off, and it catches me by surprise every time. Especially since I've been doing much longer streams. It's been something for sure. Professor of Curvature. Alright. Mainichi Okan time. Oh yeah, it's here, today's the day. We've got the aspiring world champ El Condor Pasa, the otherworldly frontrunner Silent Suzuka, and the beast successor Grass Wonder. You're delusional if you don't believe this is the race of the century. I better not blink. Hey Spay, come here. Oh, Marzen, you came. Of course. How could I miss a rad race like this? Right, Rudolph? So you're here as well, Special Week. Whoa, you too, President? Luckily, Marazinski has managed to keep an extra seat empty. You should come join us. The view is wonderful from here. Well... Hey now, Spay, don't hold out on us. Get on over here. You're gonna want to remember this race. Guaranteed. If I went more nasal, I would end up being Lumpy Space Princess. Gah, Fen and Jake. Why? Listen, my name is Marazinski and I'm an Uma. Now, you ready? Why can I do that so good? I don't know. Like, I'm good at it, I guess. Like, whatever. Rook's over there shaking their head. They hate it when I do Lumpy Space Princess. I know, right? It's slightly upsetting when I do Lumpy Space Princess. Yes, very much so. I'm doing Lumpy Space Princess for Marazinski from now on. My resurrection from burnt ash is complete. All that remains is to spread my wings and fly. I'll soar past the otherworldly frontrunner and the phantom bird all the way to the top. I am Grass Wonder, the phoenix. Nothing can hold me back. Grass, I've been waiting. Hello, Al. What happened to your usual battle cry? Don't need words anymore, not here. Everything's on the line, so don't hold back. Alright. Here we go. Let's see, who's the next highest? 764 and 615. 405? Oh no. I feel so bad for everybody else. This is going to be terrible. I think I might have this one. I don't think anybody else's physical stats are within 100 of mine. Light surgers can be a pain in the... It's true. Her guts and wits might fail me, and that's pretty much it. Like, that's where I could fuck up. But I'm pretty sure I've got this. Had a whole bunch of wit and positioning skills, and my grass still managed to get trapped in the finale. Oh no. That's frustrating. It's always funny. Look at that Professor of Curvature kick in. It's always funny when your late surger is still, like, is fast enough that even taking it easy, she's in with the pacers, like the pace chasers. Because, like, look at her. She's she's not supposed to be in 6th place right here. There's so many other Umas to get through compared to pace chasers and front runners, usually at least. I know, right? Like, it's very easy for them to be stuck, especially if they end up in a central spot. They can be trapped in the middle of people and find it hard to get through. But look at her. She's in 4th place, and she hasn't even started really trying yet. Like, and now she's going because it's time. And nobody else can do anything about it. Watch her. There you go, her home stretch haze kicked in. Man. Like. But yeah, that usually is what I was talking about. Like, it's funny when your late chaser or your late surger is so fast that even just like at her stamina conserving jog that she puts in for most of the race, she's just already still with the pace chasers. Like, that's gotta feel bad as a pace chaser to like glance over and see somebody who's basically taking it easy outstripping you in speed, and you're just like, oh, I don't have a chance. Okay, I get it. Incredible! Grass Wonder finishes in the lead, overtaking everything. She stands atop this battle of the century. Trainer, Congratulations on getting first place, Grass. Thank you. Oh, what should I say? I should have studied more Japanese for this moment. Though even if I had, I doubt I could find the words to express what I'm feeling right now. This exhilaration is indescribable. I lost. Suzuka, I want to thank you for this invaluable opportunity you've granted me. I'm grateful to you too. But it's not enough. Huh? One opportunity isn't enough. I want to run against you again. And next time, I won't give up the lead, not for a second. I'll take those words to heart. Ah! I hate this, I hate this, I hate this! I gave every last bit. My mind, body, everything, and still I came up short. You got ahead of me. Elle, you're hurting my ears. And you're hurting my heart, so just deal with it. Those are two distinct issues. Anyway, this isn't over, got it? Not even close. I'm gonna leave Japan, travel the world, and grow stronger, and stronger, and stronger. Then I'm gonna come back like a burning phoenix, and that's the moment you'll finally taste defeat. Easy now. But it's good that I experienced this before heading off. When I go out there to captivate the world, I'll need to remember how your run always captivated me. Whoa! What have we just seen? Grass Wanderer. Grass Wanderer carves her name into Umamusume history, ushering in a new age. Grass Wanderer, I have to write about this. It'll be the best article anyone's ever read. Yeah! My, look how pumped up that reporter is. How adorbs. Spare. Yes? Sorry, were you talking to me? No, at least not yet. You seem mad hung up on something. Am I on your mark? Well, yeah. Suzuka, Ellen, Grass, it's almost scary. They're all so far ahead of me. She bounced quick. You're being self-indulgent, Marazinski. First Grass Wonder, now Special Week. Oh, bite me. I'm just trying to be supportive so they can all become big and strong. Is that not normal? And besides, you're calling me self-indulgent? How many Umamusume do you know that aren't? It's true. Trainer, concerning our next race goal, do you have one in mind? I do. There won't be a repeat of last year's half-heartedness. This year I must show how much I've improved. So please, allow me to run in the Arima Kinen. Then we better prepare like never before. Can you veto the fucking Lumpy Space Princess voice? Why? Yes. The path yet continues, but I refuse to stop. Who doesn't like Lumpy Space Princess? It's upsetting? Okay. Let's do a little poll. How do I set up a poll? I want to see everybody's opinion. This poll isn't going to determine whether or not I do it. I just want to know. Alright. Poll done. This is the Lumpy Space Princess voice. I've been doing this for Marazinski. So I put out a poll to see if you guys want me to keep doing it or not. No, it's horrible. Alright, so we got 1 vote for no. 2 for no. Well, that's running down. Somebody likes that it's horrible. Good. I won't keep doing it because it's obviously annoying. But 4 turns to place first in the Arima Kinenen.
一緒に頑張りましょう。
Double friendship training. It's about time for training, and I'm looking for Grass Wonder. Alright, so we've got... The winner is No It's Horrible. Alright, no more lumpy Space Princess voice. Oh dear, I just can't get one in. It must be how I'm snapping my
これ
wrist.
なさ。
Oh, I'm sorry, trainer. Is it time for our training session? What were you up to?
はい。
Practicing free throws. I'll be taking part in a basketball game with my classmates soon. And no matter the contest, losing is not an option for
あ
me.
の
So I'm sorry, but I do have 5 minutes until training, correct? Sounds like it's supposed to be horrible, and I can respect that, even if I don't have strong feelings about it otherwise. Thank God Quartz didn't show up for that. I get the feeling she would have deliberately tied it. Yeah, that sounds like her. She is the contrarian. It is supposed to be horrible, and I appreciate that you can respect it for that, and I don't want you all to be upset, so I'm not going to keep doing it. So I'm sorry, but I do have like 5 minutes until training, correct? She's not wrong, so I wait as she spends those last 5 minutes practicing furiously. By the end of our actual training, she's completely wiped. Damn it.
疲れているみたいです。行きましょうか。
A month before the Arima Keenan, I opened my mail one morning to a letter from the Academy. Inside, I find midterm tallies for the race's nominations. I appreciate that Jet didn't jump in to defend Quartz at all in that. Jet's just like, lol. It's a voice I'm good at, and it was a good bit for the time it was a bit, but it's time to lay it to rest. I get it. For the second year in a row, I find Grass Wonder's name on the list. Then I check which of her rivals we're likely to see on the big day. There's one familiar name listed. Special Week. I wonder if the racers themselves have seen these tallies yet.
ごちそうさまでした。
Thank you for a loving meal.
ごちそうさまで
Nothing beats a clean plate and a full belly. Spay never did show up though, did she? Wait. I mean, what can I say? Yase wasn't wrong. Too late? Haha! Right, she just left that message saying start without me. But have you noticed, Grass? There's something different about Spay these days. I have noticed. I suspect I'll be facing her in the arena. Should it come to that? Oh. That a message from your trainer? No. It's Spay. She says she wants to speak with me. She said what? And there's a rather spirited tone to her writing. I can hardly wait to meet her on the roof. So now Spay is the one getting all fired up. Is that envy I'm detecting? Okay. Hold up. What makes you say that?
あの
I apologize for the wait, Spay. Grass. Sorry to call you up so suddenly. Thanks for coming, though. Have you seen the Arima tallies yet?
え
Of course. You'll be racing in the Arima Keenan, yes, Spay?
うん
Uh-huh. And I'm gonna beat you, Grass. Wow. I saw the Mainichi Okan. You, Suzuka L, you were all amazing. See you shortly. Poor Quartz. Coming in afterwards to find her reputation correctly labeled. It was almost scary seeing you three at full force. You were so powerful, so blindingly bright, and so distant. My friends, the people I admire, everyone was out there giving their all on the same track. Except me. I'm the only one being left behind. I won't let it go on like this. I won't. I want to show you all what I can do. I'm going to compete right along with you. And I want to win. Spay. The Arima Keenan is mine.
やってみせます。
I'll make my moms proud because I'm Special Week, the top Umamusume in all of Japan. I'll face you with everything I have. That's all she can ask for. And that is the situation. Things are getting more tense. Spay is training especially hard. I'm certain she'll be almost unrecognizable in a month's time. But I pledged my determination. I'll train just as hard and accomplish what I've set out to do. You're making great progress, Grass.
はい。
I suppose I am. Marizan, Sei, El, Suzuka, and now Spei. Each of them are truly strong. Overcoming them will be no easy task. But overcome them I will, one by one. Each time will affirm my progress, each step becoming a source of my strength. That is how I feel. Seeing the smile on Grass Wonder's face, I'm reminded of the words Marazinski told me.
でも
Now I have to say this without doing Lumpy Space Princess. But hey, Grass will be fine, just peachy. After all, there's one important thing she's always had tons and tons of. Something I never had, no matter how I long for it. Marzinski was revered as the beast because there's nobody else who could match her strength. But Grass Wonder is surrounded by others, pushing her to do better.
トレーナーさん
Well then, trainer, shall we begin our meeting?
お願いいたし
We
ます
still have so much training to do. Grass Wonder is set to make a major leap forward at the Irimikinen. There's no doubt in my mind. Hell yeah. I love that her wits went out there. God, her speed is just ridiculous.
この程度の疲労
Alright, we'll do recreation.
行きましょうか
Now, shall we begin the meeting? The Irimikinen is right around the corner. We haven't any time to spare, so... Ho ho ho! Happy holidays! Huh? Howdy, Grass's trainer. Having a good time? The Umamusume who just burst into the room is Taiki Shuttle, an American-born student like Grass Wonder, who happens to be one of her Miho dorm mates. Miho? Miho? Truth or beauty? Like beauty dorm, truth dorm, something like that? Or is it beautiful? One of her beautiful dorm mates? I don't know. Taiki, what's all the commotion about? I'm just... Whoa, no way. Y'all gotta be kidding me. Alright, I'm gonna need both of you to give me a hand. Huh? To do what? Okay, Grass. You handle this tinsel, and trainer, you help me over here. No. Put it somewhere it's gonna stand out. It's gotta bring everything together with a nice pop. Without the slightest idea what's happening, Grass Wonder and I follow Taiki Shuttle's lead until... Oh my, in the blink of an eye, your office has become... It's a winter wonderland. Perfect. Thank you both kindly. And where's your Kentucky spirit, Grass? Can't believe you done almost forgot to deck the halls. I'm not from Kentucky. I mean, I can't blame you with the Irimikinen coming up and all. You're probably dying to show off your skills. But you gotta learn to take a load off or you'll run yourself into the ground. Taiki. Oh, would you look at that? It's about time I go hit the slopes on my sleigh. Well, let me let y'all go. Have a good night, you hear? Damn. And she's gone. Just look at this room. Can't have a serious meeting in here, can we? I don't think so. Grass Wonder and I decide to take advantage of the situation and enjoy the holiday spirit. A whole box full of chicken. It's not quite the same as an American festive dinner, but this is special in its own way. Let's head back and eat before it gets cold. Yes. Still, I must say, this light display is gorgeous. Which reminds me, when I was little, I thought the strings of lights were actual stars that had come down from the sky. They're usually way out in space, but I thought they made a special trip to see us for the holidays. Getting to touch the stars was a miracle to me every December. You're quite the idealist. I was rather young, mind you. But nowadays, I don't think I need any miracles, no matter how distant my goal may seem. I can climb to any height with my own two legs. Even the stars are within my reach. And I'm certain you'll make it. Trainer. Though I do have one worry. Once I reach those heights, it may prove difficult to get back down. I'll need some point of reference to guide my descent back home. Something bright enough to see from the ends of the sky. Trainer, would you be that light? I'll wave as hard as I can. That sounds like an adorable sight. I'll be looking for you when that time comes. Yes! Level 4 on Focused Mind. What does that do? Moderately increase velocity with a strong turn of foot when passing another runner toward the back on the final straight. Hell yeah. What it does is trash the competition. Alright. The Arima Keenan. Last race of her career. Her last career goal race. Which is a different thing, because she's got the Ura Finale coming up after this. Here we go. Here it is, the long-awaited Arima Keenan, and out of all the Umamusume chosen to participate, the one making headlines is the Beast, Grass Wonder. Everyone is on the edge of their seats, eagerly awaiting her clash with her biggest rival, Special Week. How are you feeling? Calm, and very much so. You could say I found my comfort zone. I'm looking forward to the moment when the starting gate opens. I'm both grateful and honored to share the race course with such worthy competitors. But most importantly, I will press forward and overtake them all. Grass. Spay. I'm gonna win. This is my race. Of course. Let's give this race our all. You two look excited. Don't get too down on yourselves when I turn out the winner. For me, losing here ain't no option. Comprenden? Here it is. The fanfare of the Arima Keenan. Or fanfare. Speed 850. What's the next speed down? 432? Okay. 449, 444, 440. 542. There's one. Okay, and that's my biggest rival. 542, 572, 531. Okay, well, I still feel sorry for her. I think I'm gonna win this. I'm pretty sure. We'll see. Oh, I'm on the outside. They're punishing me for my hubris. There we go. Come on, Grass Wonder. Damn, bro. I want that outfit. She's so pretty. I want to look like a princess. Good. No late start.
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは14番、11番、7番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気スペシャルウィーク、まもなく第4コーナーカーブ。長丁場のこのレースですが、11番早くも先頭に躍り出た。14番並んでくる。14番、11番。
Where is?
2人がレースを作りそうですね。
14番快調に飛ばして。
Where is Special Week?
先頭は14番単身で飛ばして。
She hasn't triggered any of her skills yet. I don't like that.
11番1個目のホームストレッチです。後ろ成田ブライアン、4番手には当選ジョーダン、その後から7番、その後ろからテイエムオペラ王、外からスーパークリーク、内をついてダイワスターレット、その後山陽マシン開いてスペシャルウィーク、そしてその後方には1番、あとは6番、1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます。順位を振り返っていきます。依然先頭は14番、先頭から大きく離されて2番手は11番、外当選ジョーダン、それを見るように7番、成田ブライアン、並びかけてきた。少し離れてスーパークリーク、テイエムオペラ王、並んできた。少し後ろから
She's at the very end, and I don't like that. Come on. You can do this.
10番続いている。内には12番、後方2番手にグラスワンダー、向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ10馬身。先頭は依然14番、2馬身リード。続きました当選ジョーダン、残り 1000m。
This will be the furthest back she'll have pulled forward from. I believe in her, but also I'm stressed. Straight away recovery, that's good. She needed that. There we go, now she's starting to pass people. 12, 11, 10, 9. Wait, nope, 9. There we go. 8. There you go. I knew that's how it was going to be. I knew all she had to do was decide she wanted to be up front. She's right behind Special Week. It's her in Special Week. Come on. Come on. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no. All right, that's fine. So close. Try again. All right. She got dirtied, yeah. Because they're running in the rain, right? Okay, she's closer to the inside now. That's good. That'll help a lot. A late start? Are you serious? How dare you? You see the point where she lost out on Guts probably when Spade made her last spurt? Yeah. Alright, she's at 11th this time instead of 16th, so that should help a lot. Like, she's in front of the end closers. She was at the very back the whole time, up until the end. And that's not where you want your late surger to be. Because of course it's front runner, pace chasers, late surgers, end closers, right? Pressure of curvature, there we go. If she had been here last race, at this point, she would have made it, I think. She also didn't trigger her homestretch haste. And that matters a lot. Her ult, or her ult, exactly. Come on. There we go. Oh, straightaway recovery, that's good. All right. Okay. She's got it for sure. There we go. Hell yeah. Hell yes. She looks cute, Dirty. Especially since she's supposed to be so prim and proper. It's endearing. The Arima Keenan is over. Everyone gave it their all in what turned out to be a turbulent race. But only one could rise above the rest. One incomparable racer who no longer stood in the shadow of any other. Trainer, I did it. I've returned as the first place finisher. Yes, you have. Oh my. Are those tears I see? Please, trainer. You're far too easy to impress. We still haven't reached the top after all. There's much more climbing yet to do. Grass. Spay. I really, I wanted to win, you know? I know. Thank you for not holding back against me, Spay. Because I faced you today, I can keep pressing forward. So, when our paths cross again, let's compete one more time. Yes, let's. You know, I was going to go and challenge them to the Dream Trophy, but it's no use. I don't think I can wait that long to race these two. Maybe I'll run in the Arima next year. But seriously, this is what I've been waiting for so long. They're just too cute. Imagine telling this poor girl she actually beat you in an alternate timeline, but your trainer has time control, so it didn't matter. I know, right? My path, our path, continues with no end in sight. I'm still too clumsy and weak to say I've reached the top. But for today, just today, I think I'll give myself a pat on the back. That would be heartbreaking. Be like, yeah, you actually were first place in another world, but my trainer reset the factors so that I could win. And it's just like, when you say reset the factors, what do you mean by that? It's like, well, she restarted the day and it changed things. That means I won. I would not be allowed to train anyone anymore, which is reasonable. I've got tons of praise to give you. Oh, this is embarrassing to say, but I'd like that. Just for today, let me bask in the compliments. Just for today. Hell yeah. Ura finale time.
疲れているみたいです。いえ。
Let's pump my wits. So you know how every other Uma only gets one chance at every race? I get 4. Fucked up. Absolutely, 100%. Clearly and obviously cheating. I want a frontrunner skill. Steadfast. Slightly increase ability. Wait, increase time needed for pace chasers to calm down when they become rushed. Huh. That would be good. Slightly increase ability to fight back when passed by another runner on the final corner. I think I'm going to save up for straightaway acceleration. I should get enough skill points in this race, right? Especially if I win. Which I have to. So.
5番人気18番
Oh no! That's terrible placement. It's fine.
ゆったりと流れる
She'll make it work. Except your support cards help get you a lot more late surgery skills. That's a good way to do it.
先行争いは
I need to learn what those are. Okay, she's at 9th.
さあ期待に応えて
8th. Okay, that's very good. Rushed. Damn it. No.
ブラスバンダー上がっていきます
冷静さを取り戻せるといいのですが
アイネス風神会長に飛ばしていきます先頭はアイネス
She's at 8 out of 18.
2番手の位置で先頭
And she's not pushing it yet, so that's good.
12番並びかけてきた一番審査西の札は5番手にアグレッシ
She's
ブ
leading the late surgers, and that's where she wants to be.
13番サンバ審査ブラスワンダーそしてそのうち16番さらに1エアグレーブ後ろキングヘイロー15番並んできたそしてその内から行ったのはエルコンドルパサーさらに内から1番6番並んでくる外から8番後方2番手に7番第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう
勝負どころ最後の直線へとかけていきます
互いに足を溜めている展開これは直線勝負になるかさあ外から先頭を伺うのは12番ブラスワンダー前を狙っていると
Alright, come on. Now's time.
残り400最終コーナー先陣を
Yes! Yes! Fuck yes! Come on. Come on. Oh, look at that! Oh, look at that! Oh! Wow! That's what a late surgery is supposed to do. That is exactly what a late surgery is supposed to do. When she wants to go, she fucking goes. That was beautiful. That was so good. Some Goldship shit. She absolutely did.
準備はできていますから。
Hell yeah. More wit? Yeah.
ちょっと付き合えよ。
I want to make sure she gets those skills
冷静
going.
にと心
Alright, sweetheart. 2 more races to go.
6番人気9番グラスワンダー
Yeah, I focused too much on speed. I should have done more guts. I should have prioritized getting it at least over 200, and I didn't. And that's my bad. But
さあゲートが開いた各ウマ娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行
I don't like her placement.
桜爆心王7番期待通りの結果を出せるか
She's too far back.
1番人気シャトル先頭をかけます。マヤのトップガン桜爆心王並んできた激しい先頭争い1馬身離れて7番4番手には18番さらには待機シャトルそのうち並んで岩早秀あとはスペシャルウィーク少し離れて16番
straightaway acceleration already coming in clutch though.
2番少し後ろから12番11番追走2馬身3馬身開いて
Speed gives you power as well, right? But you're never going to need 900 power, so you can put a fair bit into stamina, which will shore up your gut stat enough usually.
ウマ娘たちが
Yeah, I should have been doing
離せません。
doing speed and then stamina, and I wasn't. Alright, coming in on the back stretch. Can you break out of there, Grass? Come on. Yes, that'll help a lot. There she goes, come on. Oh, look at that. Oh, okay. Oh, yes. No, damn it. Taiki shuttle. Curses.
精進せねばですね。
I'm gonna try again 2 more times, so she better win this time.
1番グラスワンダー
それでは
Alright, come on.
いざ。
あいにくの雨さあゲートが開いた各馬
Okay, that's a better start.
スタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いはマヤのトップガン桜爆心王
Straight A recovery, that's good.
結果を出せるか1番人気待機シャトル
Why is she so far back?
桜爆心王先頭に勝ちましたマヤのトップガン並んでくる桜爆心王とマヤのトップガン
I don't like how far back she is.
2人がレースを作りそうですね。
さあ花に立ったのは桜爆心王このままリードすることができるか2番手の位置で
Professor of Curvature, that's good.
3番手14番一馬審査2番外から行く岩早秀5番並びかけてきたすぐに続いて18番そのうち並んで10番待機シャトルここにいます第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう
Come on.
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
この直線で勝負が決まるとまだ牽制し合っているのか互いに探り合いのままレースが進みます
前に抜け出すのは容易じゃなさそうです。
待機シャトルそして様子を見るグラスワンダーここから仕掛けどころだ待機シャトルまだ抑えたままだグラスワンダー内をつくすごい足だ最終コーナー
There you go, good.
ご覧あれ。
Because she's on the outside this time and not stuck. Nope, she's stuck behind somebody. Crap. There we go. Come on, come on. Crap. Alright. One more try.
6番人気は5番
Come on. I don't want to have failed her at the end, but... Okay, she's closer to the inside this time.
切りました。
That's
これ
good.
は位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いはマヤのトップガン
Okay.
桜爆心王1番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気大気シャトル先頭を行ったのは桜爆心王。続いてマヤのトップガン桜爆心王と
Okay, she's at 13
2人がレースを
place now.
そうですね
That's better.
桜爆心王快調に飛ばしていきます。桜爆心王先頭に勝ちました。続きましたマヤのトップガン早くも激しい競り合い。その後1番1馬審査岩早
Come on.
まもなく12番外から行く
That's good. That's
外
good.
にはスペシャルウィーク内の方から2番外を回って6番その外
Okay, that's looking way better.
少し離れて13番第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
内から来るか外から来るか最後の局面です。
先頭は宮様は果たして抜け出すのは誰だ。大気シャトルまだ抑えたままだ。大気シャトル外で足を溜めています。集団が一つにまとまって混戦状態です。
お互いに牽制し合っているようですね。
This is her last try, so
さあ誰が最初に仕掛けるのか。
I need her to pull it off. I don't like that she's stuck in the pack like that.
最終コーナーを曲がって最初に勝ち上がったのは桜爆心王。
Oh, and she triggers straightaway acceleration. Come on. Oh, she's too far back. I don't. Second. Well. Elation, jubilation. My heart is full of emotion. You put it in the server. Oh God. Goldship is an F1 racer. Oh no, I see. You sent it to me personally. B plus rank, 930, 721. Damn. Yeah, you focused on stamina, huh? We need an Umamusume channel. Now, we do the, well, this one. The Ura finale is a bonus level thing. 500 wit and all those skills do most of the work. That's fair. The Umamusume sprinting towards the crown with all their strength, the trainers watching over them proudly from the sidelines, and through it all, the cheering of the crowd. Resplendent, this is the true brilliance of Umamusume. Behold, Trainer Lady Urania, see how the Umamusume work tirelessly toward the next shining stage with hope in their hearts. This is the scene I dreamed of. This is my ideal realized. Once again, thank you. This would never have come into being without you. I'm truly emotional. It's a privilege to have met a trainer like you. Now, onwards. Our work is far from done. There can never be too many stages for Umamusume to shine upon. I hope I can count on you to support the Umamusume who will lead the future, trainer. Alright. The normal ending. Grass Wonder has managed to leave quite a mark on the Twinkle series. Together, we've successfully navigated the crucial first 3 years of her career. We've passed a significant milestone, haven't we? I'm glad we made it through. Oh, trainer? It seems you've been moved to tears yet again. You've been a leaky faucet ever since the Arima Keenan. There, there. By the way, there's something I would like you to see once you've finished wiping your eyes. What is it? Well, do you remember the promise I wrote out for you when we were getting started? To mark this new occasion, allow me to present you with a favorite poem of mine. Just like before, Grass Wonder hands me a sheet of paper. I open it up to see the warmest, gentlest brush strokes of calligraphy I've ever seen. The poem reads, When spring comes again and the years bring us back here, may this day return. Let us share a joyous drink with plum petals in our hair. There is video gamies, that's true. I'll make some delicious tea, so let's celebrate spring together each year. And please, continue to walk this path with me. We've still got a long, long way to go together. Do we, though? I wonder... B rank. Okay. Not bad. That's it? Wow. I didn't get good sparks with her at all.
指導ご鞭達のほど。
Let's see. Next Gen Grandmaster. She successfully continued the legacy of her inspiration. Let's go ahead and edit the team. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da. Who should I go? Club. What's the plan for the last bit of the stream? I don't know. If any of you is in a club, let me know. And read some MSQ? What is that? Main story? Oh, we can do that. Let's go and get all our... Main story. Chapter 1. Set off for the brightest star. Is that what you're talking about? Umamusume stories? Special Week, Marazinski, Goldship, Grass Wonder. Alright, we'll do the main story. The prologue. There's a lot of stuff to read in this, and that's fantastic. Cheers from the crowd are deafening here at the Twinkle Series Arima Kinen. Expectations are high as our 16 Umamusume dash past the stands. Which one will take the Arima Kinen crown? All eyes are on number 8, Oguri Cap. Today marks her last run in the Twinkle Series. Although nicknamed Beast, Oguri hasn't been quite herself on the track as of late. Will Oguri bring back her overwhelming strength and take first? Can she do it? Oguri, keep up that pace. Oh, don't just stand there and gawk. You should be cheering for our ace as well. It's her last race. Time and time again, she's shown the world her blistering speed. I just know she can do it. I cannot bear to remain a mere spectator. I must get closer. I must witness her victory up close. As the runners approach the third corner, those in the back are closing in. From here on, it's a battle of endurance. Oguri, keep pushing. Fight on, Oguri. I won't let you down. Time to finish this. Oguri is catching up. Oguri advances. She pushes ahead, going around the fourth corner. She takes the lead in the home stretch, but the competition trails closely. Only 200 meters remain until the finish line. Will Oguri Cat pull off a miracle for her last run? That was intense. Please, assistant trainer, can't you go any faster? A raucous crowd tightly packs the Nakayama racecourse stands. Major McQueen and I squeeze our way through scores of cheering fans as we head to the front. I would never be able to forgive myself if I were to miss Oguri's big finish. In that case, shouldn't we have just kept watching from the staff box? As I said, I need to see her dazzling figure in this important race up close. The The other runners close in, but Oguri maintains the lead. Oguri leads. Oh no, they're about to cross the finish. Come, take my hand. You need a trophy, and it must be 24-karat gold chip. Love it. Major McQueen clasps my hand with emphatic grip and pulls me through the crowd. A final tug from McQueen, and in that instant, the spectacle opens before us. Oguri keeps her lead for a brilliant finish. Oguri places first. Oguri wins. Superstar Umamusume Oguri Cap has done it. A miracle win in the last race of the Twinkle Series. Wow. I'll never forget the marvel, the miracle that unfolded in front of my eyes today. Amazing. Just stunning. She really won. So this is what it means to be the team's ace. And to think she's been slumping lately. People even started saying she was done for when she placed 11th in her last race. When we heard folks spouting that nonsense, we both knew we had to prove them wrong. Ah, there you are. Congratulations, trainer. Our team's chief trainer approaches us. This man has taught me everything I know about being a trainer. A veteran of 30 years, he's decided to make this his last race. However, we can't possibly retire now. That's right, especially after you and Oguri put on such a spectacular race. Just listen to those cheers. Today's Oguri-chan is shaking the stands to their very core. What an echo! A crowd surpassing 100,000 chant the superstar's name. They sing of the perfect job my mentor did preparing her for this race. It's all the proof I need to know that he still has so much yet to give. Nah, that's it for me, I'm afraid. After the long road here, this tank's on empty. So the plan's not changing. Team Sirius is in your hands now. Smack. And so I'm pushed on with a vigorous clap on the back. Everything I know, I learned during my 2 years as an assistant trainer for Team Sirius. I'm about to lose my guiding light, one that was always there in times of weakness. You do McQueen right, you hear? She's hitting her prime with that Kikusho run. Give it your all, and I know you two will end up defining G1 races. You got it. Indeed. You've been a tad unreliable as an assistant trainer, though, so I'll have to be the one supporting you. Alright, okay. Perhaps you'll straighten up once I win the Spring Tenno show. Do look forward to it, will you? She's already got you right around her finger. But you know, I really do expect great things. Can't wait to see where you take my dear Team Sirius. Of course. And so, a deep crimson falls upon the turf of Nakayama Racecourse. One more. The day after the Arima Kinen, Team Sirius embarks on a new chapter. What do you mean the team will be disbanded? Beginning with a shock. Well, you see, all the other members have transferred out, and only you remain. I'm afraid that one member is well below the team minimum. That's sad. If you aren't able to gather more members, I'm afraid we have little choice. How could this happen overnight? How could everyone be so cold? Let's calm down to start. How is it that you are so calm? The team that you inherited only yesterday is disintegrating. Tazuna, is the disbandment immediate? No, I don't think so. This is actually the first time this has ever happened. But this extension is temporary at best. Without talking to the higher-ups, I can't say how long you'll have. So time is of the essence. Yes. I'm sorry that it's come to this when you've just taken over. Not a problem. We'll gather new team members post-haste. I am a Mejiro. I'll prove just how much power there is to the Mejiro name. I believe in her. Our team is looking for new recruits. Come sweat out your youth with us. What a weird thing to say. Rookie or veteran, we welcome all runners. We'll make you feel right at home. Come one, come all. Come and get your freshly picked carrots here. They're cheap. She's trying everything. Act now, and we'll throw in a special deal. Free membership to Team Serious. Hey, you there. What say you? Why isn't there even a single taker? Don't they know who's soliciting them? Well, consider the optics. This is a team run by a newbie trainer that just lost all its members. How do you even have time for that kind of logical thinking? You should be more worried. I'm just as worried as you are. The old man trusted me to take care of his team. I can't let him down. But as it stands, I don't think these methods will get us any shiny-eyed new recruits. We need a new strategy. We need to focus on making this a team that anyone would want to join. At any rate, why don't we give our minds a break for now and get some training in? I suppose you're right. We can't let this occupy all our time when we have races to win. I'll go get ready. Good. Our first goal is to win the Spring Tenno Show at the end of April. The 3,200 meter race will be a serious test of endurance. I decide to work on improving her form to draw out her best performance. Ring in the spring, you get it. Coming out of that corner, try to shift more energy into your left leg. Imagine kicking away the ground with your left foot. Okay, understood. Focus on that for another 3 laps. We'll call it a day after that. Only 3 more laps? You're still not used to this form, so we need to be careful not to strain your legs. Yes, I see how that could be a concern. Let me know if you have any objections, okay? I don't want to force you to do things you disagree with. Oh no, your reasoning is sound. I have no qualms with your judgment. Speaking as if to reassure me, Mejiro McQueen takes to the track once more. Despite it all, I still sense a tinge of dissatisfaction. She doesn't seem that convinced. Is my instruction what's lacking, or is it just a matter of building trust? And we still have recruiting to worry about. This has turned into some ordeal. It won't stop me, though. I give myself a good slap on the cheeks and shift my gaze back to McQueen. Excellent. Alright. That was very good. Let's see who we should drop in on. We got another brand new Uma player here we're going to drop in on. We'll be back tomorrow for my long stream. I am excited for that. I hope that you all will join me. We're going to have a good time of it, I think. For now, we're going to drop in on Cyanet VT. I was going to say TV, that's wrong. Until then, I love you. I miss you. Sleep tight.